Good morning, everyone. We're going to get started about 10 minutes, or five minutes, I should say, if everybody would take a seat. Looks like you're almost there. We're just rounding up the last few people. We'll start soon. Good morning and welcome to Rexpo 2020, Seeing the Green. How about a round of applause for the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce? My name's Lyndon Coffey. I'm co-chair, and I'm with American Recycling. And since I'm a former teacher, we are going to start off with an assignment. Everybody take out your phone. No, you're not going to do that. You're going to silence it, please. Please silence your phone. and then put it away. This is the first Rexpo we're going to fist bump or elbow bump today to keep the germs at bay. We have a treat, actually, to start the show off. Miss San Joaquin County is here. Her name is Emily Grimius, and she's going to perform the national anthem. Please give her a welcome. Oh, please stand, sorry. Very nice. Thank you, Emily. We're going to start right off with our first presentation. I want to invite up Christine Haruta with DIBS to present the 2020 Eco Award. Christine, come on up.
Good morning, everyone. The San Joaquin Council of Governments DIBS program promotes sustainability by promoting smart travel options such as carpooling, van pooling, transit, and walking and biking to work in an effort to improve air quality and reduce congestion. Every day, DIBS works with many outstanding employers to implement strategies to engage employees. And so today, San Joaquin Council of Government DIBS is pleased to partner with the Greater Stockton Chamber to present the annual Eco Award, which is the excellence in commuter options, to an employer who has demonstrated their commitment by investing in sustainability efforts to make a difference for the environment and for their employees. This year's award winner recipient is Musco Family Olive Company in Tracy. Musco Family Olive Company is the leading supplier of table olives in America, and their Tracy plant is the most advanced olive processing facility in the world. They are also a workplace that encourages employees to also reduce their personal environmental footprint by involving them in their sustainability initiatives. Through the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District's Rule 9410, Musco Family Olive Company has created an employer trip reduction incentive plan, which provides a list of the ways their organization offers marketing, programming, and resources that encourage use of alternatives to single-occupant vehicles for the daily commute. Musco has been a shining example of how to partner with DIBS by taking advantage of our print and online resources to create awareness and our trip planning platform to build their own incentive programs for their employees. Please join me in congratulating Musco Family Olive Company for earning this year's Eco Award. Accepting the award on behalf of Musco Family Olive Company is Amanda Devlin. Congratulations. Thank you.
We're going to get to our opening keynote speaker, Samir Sheikh. He's with the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District. Serving a region facing a variety of air quality, economic, and public health challenges, Mr. Sheikh has led the development and implementation of some of the toughest and most innovative air pollution control strategies in the nation while working cooperatively with Valley residents and businesses to reduce administrative costs while achieving environmental and economic balance. Please welcome Samir Sheikh.
Thank you. Good morning. Hope everybody's well. Caffeinated. It's actually been a couple of years since I was speaking at this conference, and at that time, if I recall, I had spoken about some of the challenges that we were facing at the time, a lot of things that I'm sure everybody here was well aware of, some of the progress that we've made, and really what I wanted to do today was talk a bit more about where this valley is with respect to air quality, and even since that time, even since 2 years ago, some of the great progress that we've continued to make, which is really one of those stories seldom untold. I think you hear a lot about, how horrible the air quality is. You'll see reports come out. I'm not going to mention any organizations' names that are attached to these reports that will often give the valley failing grades. And yes, the air quality challenge is there, and I will talk a little bit about that as well today. But there is no doubt that the investments that we're all making, everybody around this room, are really proving themselves in terms of the benefits that we're now experiencing in terms of air quality, public health benefits that are associated with that, and really is a great foundation and really supports the mandate that we all have in front of us of continuing to do green practices, find ways to reduce emissions creatively in a way that makes sense economically, and continue that journey towards cleaner air. So I'm going to give you a report on that today. Before I did that, though, I've got to just recognize Frank first for organizing this whole thing. Just a round of applause for Frank Farrell. I can't. Where is he? Frank, where are you? Is he gone? He's gone. Oh my gosh. We may have to do it again when he walks. Oh, there he is. We just applauded you. I don't know, is it like 17 years or how long has 15th annual? Okay. That's amazing. And really want to just thank everybody around the tables here today for all of the work that you do just day in, day out to really assist in this clean air mission. I can't think of a greater group of people to talk to about air quality, because this whole process, Rexpo, the Green Team, all the partnerships that have been built, all the practices that you've been deploying over the years are really all the types of things that are supporting the progress that you're going to hear about today, that are right in line with what we do as an agency in terms of trying to build partnerships to reduce air pollution and bring about those public health improvements. And you're really setting the model for how everybody else needs to be looking at these types of things, really incorporating these practices into your, this wonderful award that I heard about this morning, and all the things that this company is doing with sustainability, and just integrating that with the employees and thinking about ways to reduce pollution while also getting a return on that and being able to quantify that and being able to really find that support for it. This is the model for everybody else around the valley, around the state, and around the country. And I really applaud everybody here, and I thank you so much for having me here. It's wonderful to be here. I'm glad that everybody is here, because we know these are very interesting times that we're going through right now, and it's just great to be able to get together and talk about these very important issues, and I appreciate just the time that you've allotted me to be here today. So with that, I'm just going to give you, I've got a number of slides here. I'm going to go through them pretty quickly and just kind of highlight some key things, tee up a couple of key areas that are happening in terms of some of the upcoming challenges, and hopefully at the end, maybe have a couple of minutes at least to take some questions and comments, and maybe have a conversation about what's on your mind in what can often be very unstable times. I mean, we know what's happening economically right now, and hopefully it's just a little road bump, but as we continue talking about investing in clean air measures and practices and all that, I mean, we all have to be very conscious of what's happening around us. Certainly it's on my mind as working in an agency that has a lot of impact potentially on businesses in terms of how we do what we do. It's something that I think is a very active conversation of, where do we go from here? So we all know, I think, why we have such a huge air quality challenge. I mean, we're geographically challenged. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, is when you compare our area to other areas of the state and the country, we actually emit far less per metric, whatever it might be, square mile, type of industry. We have some of the toughest rules and regulations in place, but we have this really unique geography here in the valley that really not only traps pollution, but also actually creates secondary pollution, and really just makes that challenge that much harder for us compared to other parts of the state and country. And so we've had to work around these challenges over the years, and that's something to be conscious of, is is just how difficult that is. And of course, we all know that goods movement is a huge part of the reality of the valley. We have a lot of trucks that come up and down the valley. Of course, economically, this is very important for the valley, so we have to keep in mind as we talk about goods movement and how we maybe rethink parts of goods movement in terms of the air quality footprint that it has, is that it really is, basically the backbone of the state's and national economy in a lot of ways. So we got to look at this very consciously. But the reality is that along with the geography, we do happen to have literally, millions of miles of truck trips that come right up and down the valley and add a lot of pollution to our already very challenged geography here. And so this is part of the story that I think everybody here needs to understand, and I continue to update this messaging as we continue to reduce air pollution in partnership with many of the people that are here today. We've seen really tremendous amounts of reductions in air pollution over the years. And so this is a very simple chart. It shows you what the air pollution was back in 1980, the big column on the left there, and really the breakdown between the mobile sources and the industrial sources, the two big categories of air pollution. And because of all the investments that we've made, literally tens of billions of dollars in modernizing equipment, turning fleets over, complying with a variety of regulations at the residential, business level, you name it, we've been able to reduce pollution to where we are today in 2019, significantly less than what it was back in 1980. And we've got a greater than 90% reduction, for example, in emissions from stationary sources, those industrial sources. And it's really a positive story that, and as you'll see a little bit later on, is really now proving out in terms of air quality improvement, and we're certainly on track for meeting a lot of the air quality goals that we've established, while recognizing that there is quite a long way to go in terms of a lot of the air quality challenges that we have. But this is absolutely phenomenal that we've been able to achieve these reductions, and there's so many stories that go behind these reductions. Stories like what was mentioned earlier with this wonderful company that's worked in partnership with us on the E-Trip measure, one of literally hundreds of measures that we've adopted where businesses have been partners hand in hand with us. Sometimes it doesn't feel that way. I mean, obviously we are a regulatory agency, and so rules are never nice and often have a cost associated with them. But it really has been a partnership with residents and businesses. We've tried to design all of our measures in ways that are flexible enough to allow folks to operate the way they need to operate while still achieving the goals and always actually exceeding our goals under all of the various requirements that we've had, state and federal, under the Clean Air Act. We've always far exceeded those goals, and we continue to march in that direction and work towards our collective air quality challenges and goals. This is a little bit of a techie graph here, and I wanted to talk a little bit about, we have two major challenges in the valley. We have our summertime smog, which is what's known as ozone, and then we have in the wintertime what we call particulate matter. So I'll talk a little bit about our summertime issues, and that's what this chart is about, is ozone. What this chart shows, the blue line is our clean air journey. This is where the valley was, back in, we started here in 1989 on this chart, and how the valley has continued to see this downward trend in this very important metric. It's called design value. This is the federal metric by which we're measured against, essentially our report card under federal law. I think there's some copying or something going on behind me. So this is our report card in terms of where we are against these different federal standards, which are represented by these lines right here. The different colored green dotted lines are the various federal requirements that we have to meet. And as you can see, we've got this very nice, steep downward trajectory towards meeting all of these federal different standards. And I don't know if this is mere coincidence. I do think that there is a lot of scientific basis to justify this, but if you go back about 15 years, around when Rexpo and green teams and everything, there's a pretty steep decline that actually happens when you go back about that far there. And maybe I'll need to add that to my slides in the future here to represent that. But what we're seeing over here, I'm going to step away from the mic for a moment, is this is where we are right now, and we're just at meeting this standard that we've been working on for about 20 years, the 84 part per billion standard. We're there. And in fact, this last year, and I guess my next slide might report on that. Yes, it does, because there it is right here. Is that same standard that I just mentioned? We actually had 0 exceedances of that standard in 2019 for the first time ever. And if we just maintain that for the next, it's a 3-year average, it's kind of tricky under federal law. If we can just maintain those levels, we're basically there and meeting that standard. It's a 1997 standard. We adopted our plan for that back in 2007 and worked even ahead of that plan. It's been a long time in the making getting to that level. And it's a huge accomplishment for this valley, something that I think we all need to celebrate very proudly in terms of how far we've been able to come. And as you can see for the other two standards, so what happens under federal law is the standard is established, and then it gets reviewed every so often, and they keep establishing new standards, and we keep having to work towards those newer standards. So the journey continues in terms of what the latest science shows and what we have to meet. We're making significant progress towards those standards as well. Very positive story in terms of ozone, and we're very hopeful that we'll be able to meet that standard here in the next couple of years. And the other thing I wanted to talk a little bit about is just exposure to high levels of air pollution, what the Valley residents are actually just experiencing. And it's not just measured by these federal report cards and all these technical terms that I throw around, but what's actually happening in terms of the air quality index, healthy air, unhealthy air, moderate, unhealthy for sensitive groups. This chart tries to kind of show you that progression over time of where in green, those are basically the healthy days. In red, those are the unhealthy days, and then in other colors are sort of in between. Yellow is unhealthy what's that, Jamie? Remind me again exactly what these are. Are these up here? Oh, yeah, there they are. Moderate and unhealthy for sensitive groups. As you'll see over time, going back to in this chart, 1999, basically a lot of unhealthy days, very few healthy days, right? And then you keep progressing forward. This is during the winter time, by the way. I just want to frame that a little bit as well. In the winter, and we're just coming out of this last winter, you see the healthy days move up significantly. You see the unhealthy days. Actually, for the first time ever during a winter time, we didn't have one unhealthy day anywhere in the valley. For the first time ever. That's huge because we are challenged during the winter time when it comes to particulate matter and all of the efforts that we've been undertaking to really reduce that. And then the next slide, just to give you, it's a little bit of a easier to follow kind of a graph here. Those are the healthy days, again, in green, and how those have been increasing over time as we work together to really implement those measures. And then the unhealthy days dropping and now down to where it was 0 this last winter. So a very positive story when it comes to wintertime particulate as well. And how have we been able to do this? This valley is such a great place to be. It's a source of innovation. We all have pride in what we do. I sense it. This crowd is all about pride in everything you've been able to do as far as instituting these very creative models. And so that's how we've been able to do it. When you look at ag and you look at other business sectors, energy, a lot of innovation. We've got some of the latest technologies when it comes to ag practices. It's amazing working with the ag community, for example, and some of the great things that they're doing, just innovating, with equipment and automation and GPS and integrated strategy, all kinds of stuff that they're working on. Every one of those that provides fuel savings also is also reducing air pollution, diesel particulate matter, and other forms of pollution. In every sector, I can name. In fact, I'll go through some of the projects that we've been partnering on. I've got a long list of great photos to show you today. Has really been a source of emissions reductions that we've all benefited from. Transportation, zero emission vehicles, near zero emission vehicles. Coming up with mobility projects that serve rural communities and trying to connect those communities to centers, urban centers, and that's all been right here in the valley. Everybody is looking at what we're doing as an example for other parts of the country. And then, of course, working in our communities, and we've got this great picture, so many stories of individuals that have come to our Tune-In Tune-Up events, that are taking advantage of our Drive Clean in the San Joaquin program to upgrade their vehicles, reduce their fuel costs, have more money to pay for other issues while also reducing air pollution at the same time. It's just a great win-win situation for all of us to be able to provide these types of programs. That's Yasmin from Bakersfield, by the way. She's very happy about her newer vehicle. And just so many stories along those lines. And then, of course, let me just ask a question here. I'm almost afraid to ask, but I'm very curious what the result is. Jamie's going to be paying very close attention to this. But how many people are aware of the RAN system, which is our real-time air quality network? Just a show of hands. Don't be shy. Okay, it's just not as many as I would have liked to have seen. And then we also have this great app. It's the Valley Air District app. That's actually a real-time air quality tool. You can actually use it and set it to your current location, and it tells you the air quality right there where you're at, and also the recommendations that are associated with that level of air quality in terms of activities. And So I would actually encourage you to download this app and pay attention to the air quality around you. What you're going to see, hopefully, is that the air quality has been getting a lot better than it has been in the past. But also when you see elevated concentrations, especially if you're in a sensitive group, if you or your family members or your friends are asthmatic or need to follow that a little bit closer, this is a great tool that you can use. You can also do other things with this tool as well, beyond just following the air quality. So I'd encourage you to take a look at that. And one of the things that we've been doing this year is really continuing to focus on how to educate and communicate with the Valley, with residents, a lot more and a lot better when it comes to air quality. And you probably would have noticed this last winter that we were doing a lot more messaging when it came to residential wood burning and the things that residents could do to reduce residential wood burning, maybe transition to cleaner devices. We've really been stepping it up on just finding better ways to get out into rural communities as well, having forums and events that are really catering to individuals that perhaps haven't been quite as involved in some of the air quality messaging and programs, and just trying to get creative there. And we're always looking for ideas, in terms of how to better communicate with the Valley and really make sure folks are aware of what's going on. And one of those areas that we've been ramping up, and for those of you who have connections with school districts or have just a particular interest in schools or in somewhere connected, we're always looking for even more ways to expand and better this program. But it's really a source of pride for us. The Healthier Living Schools program is something that's been a huge priority for us, where we work with schools, administrators, parents, students to really talk about air quality and get them involved in air quality issues, empower them, with RAN, and we have the real-time electronic air quality displays, we call them reads. And we work with them to basically have them understand what's going on with the air quality and really empower schools to respond to, let's say, air quality episodes, and in a way where they can take advantage of clean periods during the day to actually let the kids go outside and play and deal with other issues like obesity and really maintain a healthy, active lifestyle, while also, for those hours where there may be some kind of an impact from wildfires or whatever it might be, take the appropriate actions and work around those issues and keep the kids protected. So it's been a really successful story. I don't even know, how many schools are we up to now, Jamie? We're at like 900 schools that are full participants in the program. They've adopted some form of policies, in terms, I want to recognize Destiny, by the way, who's in the crowd, who was a big part of getting this program up and running and been partnering with us in that. And we've actually, we continue to add schools as issues like wildfires have become a little bit more prominent. With some of the episodes that we've seen these last couple of years, we've seen a lot more interest from folks in trying to understand how do we respond when we have smoke impact. So we've continued to partner in this area. And the bottom line, the thing we've learned very quick was we need flexibility. Every school district is different. So we've been trying to be flexible in responding to school districts' needs and just giving them the tools and templates and sort of ideas for what they could do. And then obviously within that world of theirs, let them sort of operate how they need to operate. And so it's actually been a great partnership with schools, and we continue to see a lot of success in that area. These are just some images of things that we've, this is actually a real-time display right here. And, we work with schools to electrify school buses where that's, been an interest of theirs. We've had grant dollars that have gone in that area. We've worked on turning, idle-free strategies for people to turn off their vehicles when they pull up, and just a variety of things that we do with schools to really help there. I'm just going to go through some of the great innovative examples of projects that we've really partnered with, with agencies, with businesses to implement some of the coolest things anywhere in the country, actually, right here in the Valley. And often, I don't think people really realize, how much of this is really going on right here in our backyard. So this is actually working with USPS, Postal Service, on electric delivery vehicles. They actually look like regular vehicles. I mean, I think somewhere on there, yes, there's a sticker that identifies the vehicle as electric, and so I think anybody who just looks at the vehicle, you'd be able to see. But they're out there. They're available. The range works on these vehicles. They're more expensive, so the grants are important as we keep lowering that cost. This is a huge partnership. This particular project was in Fresno and Stockton. So right here in Stockton, you probably see these moving mail around your communities. We've actually, there's a UPS project that we also had that was in Stockton, Fresno, and Bakersfield, and you probably saw some of those vehicles out there delivering packages. Another great project, I don't know if you've all heard of this or are aware of just the huge project at Frito-Lay in Modesto, total conversion that they're working on, basically getting entirely away from diesel across the board, everything from trucks to forklifts to a variety of other equipment. Huge project, a $30 million project, many partners involved, 24 electric trucks, 12 electric forklifts, 38 low-NOx trucks, a bunch of fueling and charging infrastructure, basically an overhaul of their entire operations to go from combustion to zero, near zero technologies. Just a great partnership, and I think will be a model for a lot of others to follow. And a lot of return, by the way, on a lot of grant dollars that, of course, supported this project. But when you look at the fuel savings that come, and also the on-site, savings in terms of operating combustion equipment versus electric forklifts, for example, a lot of return, a lot of value to them from a business perspective, not just from an air pollution perspective. Another interesting project, you don't hear a lot about rail being involved in zero emissions technology, but this project actually, and actually part of it will be right here in Stockton. BNSF partnered with us to do actually both electric and hybrid technology. It's a $45 million project. I mean, this is huge. And of course, when it comes to rail, everything is a lot more expensive. You're talking about huge, thousands of horsepower and a lot of costs that's associated with that. But a variety of things, crane, loader, there's a truck piece to it. There's actually, this project involves actually having a hybrid battery electric kind of locomotive, where it takes advantage of battery packs, and overall massive reductions in emissions and also major fuel savings, which is one of the huge reasons why BNSF was interested in exploring these different technologies. Another big project, electrifying transit throughout the valley, also in Stockton. RTD is part of this partnership, basically deploying a number of electric buses in the transit systems. So these are more expensive, and so we're a technology neutral agency. So where we saw this interest, in this case from transit agencies, we're able to partner together and basically pull this project together, although we support other technologies as well that are either zero or near zero technology. But this is just a great project. 15 buses. They're actually out in service. You've probably seen some of those around town. Hopefully you've seen some of those around town. I know that they're in service. Another great project, delivery vehicles. I mean, look, that vehicle actually looks like a normal delivery truck. It almost looks like it's older than most even relatively new diesel trucks. It's got that old school kind of box look to it, right? That's an electric vehicle. So in this project, there's 21 vans that were part of this AmeriPride partnership. They've been delivered, and they're continuing to just build up their charging infrastructure. This is moving along, and these businesses are actually out there operating this equipment, and the drivers love these. There's a lot of fuel savings. Maintenance is like pretty much zero, as compared to a combustion vehicle. So a lot of benefits to these projects. Another great project, this is actually at the Port of Stockton, right here down the road, zero emissions forklift. That's really cool. I mean, I don't know if you can see that picture up there. It's a modular forklift. So you can actually, it's like a transformer robot. It does, you do a couple of things, and it operates in different modes. And I don't even know exactly how it works or what it does, but I just know that it's really cool, and it does a lot of different things at the port. And it's very exciting. And they're excited about it as well. So that excites me. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier, but we're working on these what we call shared mobility projects. So trying to create basically a remote connectivity, having Uber-like projects in rural communities. In some of these projects, what we're doing is actually having vehicles available at maybe an affordable housing complex with like a low-cost kind of a sharing model where you can, basically pay into the system at a pretty low cost, check out a vehicle, get to your doctor's appointment, maybe go shopping with that vehicle in a zero emissions vehicle. There's been a couple of grants that we were fortunate enough to win from CARB through this program in partnership with a lot of local folks, including self-help enterprises and a number of other partners. And these are actually out there. We're actually deploying these right now. There's a lot of great projects in different cities throughout the valley. These vehicles are there. Residents are loving having access to these vehicles. And we're actually developing, hopefully, a replicable model in terms of just making sure that this kind of a system pays for itself. The cost of setting these up, how much a resident would pay into it and just having it be a sustainable model. The apps that are being developed, for example, through these grants are replicable. You can just take that same app, all of that infrastructure, and just use it in multiple locations, with the acquisition of vehicles. So a lot of great, you see it right there, all the different cities that are involved in these different projects. And I've been to a couple of these myself. People are really excited about the opportunity to have these vehicles available. And they're low cost, so they're able to get to where they need to get to without having to go somewhere, wait for a bus or carpool in a high polluting vehicle and have fuel costs that are associated with that. I also wanted to mention this program. So the district was selected by the state to run under the Volkswagen mitigation program. So as we all know, Volkswagen had major issues with emissions violations. There were a bunch of fines and everything that were associated with that. So there was a pot of money that was basically sent to California or allocated to California for running a variety of different programs. One of the biggest pots of funding, I think it's actually the biggest pot of funding, was the electric transit school bus and shuttle bus program that's being funded by those funds. So we actually selected to run that program for the state, not just within our valley. And so we opened that program, I don't know, probably several months ago, and we're pretty much overwhelmed with school bus demand. So we've got way more applications than we have funding for when it comes to electric school buses. We do still have some funding available for transit and shuttle buses. So we're working right now with our local transit agencies, and if anybody has any questions about that or any leads, let us know. But we are in close coordination with our agencies who are all trying to figure out, sort of what their mix of fuels is going to be, how to build these types of funds into their fleet decision-making processes. And so the funding's available. It's an online portal, very streamlined process for applying for these funds. And we're actually going to open another round in 2022. We've got it's broken up into 2 cycles, and so there'll be another round for school buses and transit buses in about a couple of years. So I'm going to bring it now a little bit closer to home in terms of some things that are going on here that are really exciting. So there's a new program that was authorized under Assembly Bill 617 several years ago that establishes essentially a community level air quality improvement type program that is brand new. It's never been done really anywhere in the world. So everybody's really watching now what California is doing with this program. It's essentially a pilot in that it's never been done anywhere. And the goal with this program is to essentially build on all these air quality efforts that I mentioned before, but really look at it from a community level perspective with a lot more resolution in understanding what a community's air quality issues are, what the concerns are, and then ultimately bringing together strategies in partnership with cities and counties and the state, CARB, and other agencies to put together essentially strategies in that community to reduce air pollution, bring about those improvements, and make everybody in that community empowered in being a part of that solution. So it's brand new. We're charting, uncharted territory in terms of where we're going with this. Last year was the first year of that program. So the way this works is that the state basically picks communities every year that are going to be acted upon under this program. Last year there were 10 communities that were picked by the state. The Valley got 2. So we ended up with South Fresno was one community that was picked, and then the city of Shafter in Kern County was also picked. So we were actually 2 out of 10 statewide under this pilot program. So last year, all year, we worked in those communities. We established a community steering committee, really implemented a number of different air monitoring and other strategies to try to understand what the community level issues and concerns were. Working with that steering committee, variety of exercises, educational work, really just gauging the interests of the community, and ultimately put together community emission reduction plans that our board adopted and then were submitted to CARB, and just a few weeks ago were approved by the State Air Resources Board, which is the final step of that process. And the culmination of basically a year's worth of work in working in that community, where these plans have a variety of strategies that provide primarily grants to businesses, to agencies, to the communities themselves, to do urban greening and increased vehicle deployment, solar, a variety of things that are actually included in these plans regulatory measures, in terms of some of the new things that the state or the district is doing as we move forward with our plans and really connecting the communities to those various efforts. Just a variety of things that are in these plans. And right now, actually, so yesterday today is Wednesday, correct? So on Monday we were in Shafter. Tonight we're down in South Fresno. These are very frequent meetings, just constant communication with the community, deploying these different strategies. And so in the second year of that program, Southwest or South Stockton was picked as the next community in the Valley to be worked on under this AB 617 program. And this is something that we recommended at the local level. We saw a lot of energy, a lot of interest from local policymakers, from community-based organizations, really just clamoring for this level of attention in Stockton due to a variety of concerns and opportunities that I think a lot of folks see, and really trying to run some focused operations here in the area. And based on those recommendations, we actually recommended this community to the state to be worked on as part of this program. It's really an opportunity for significant investment in the community. And I think everybody here that we've been talking to, and I wanted to recognize Jonathan also, who's here today, and anybody else that I'm not sure I've seen everybody in the room, but who's been really active in this area and really just looking for opportunities. How do we actually invest in this community? How do we bring dollars here to turn over some fleets wherever those opportunities present themselves? How do we empower the residents to maybe get into cleaner vehicles and really get them empowered to look at these variety of issues that are facing the community? CARB selected the community, and we've just kicked off the process now for establishing the Community Steering Committee. And I think I have a little bit of information here on that. So we had a meeting, our last meeting on March 4th, which was about a week ago now, and talked about the boundaries, really putting into place the charter for the steering committee. If anybody here operates within this boundary and is interested in being on that steering committee and just being part of engaging on understanding the issues and looking for those opportunities, we're still interested in hearing that interest. So I would encourage you to either talk to Jamie or myself, or the easiest way to stay in touch on these issues is to actually just go to our website, valleyair.org/community. Stockton already has a page. All of the information about this process in Stockton is already up on that webpage, including the Community Steering Committee process, the application. You can actually see what the other communities have done as well. Those pages are up and running. You can see examples of what the plans, for example, include. And I just really encourage everybody here, this along with, some of the other efforts that are going on in the community to really engage, really let us know what your ideas are. If you have concerns that you think are important that we understand and address in this process, I really encourage you to participate in this. At the end of the day, while the district is responsible for helping sort of move this process forward in partnership with the residents and the groups and the businesses that operate in these areas, at the end of the day, if we don't partner and have people around the table talking about these issues, the cities and the counties and others that are involved in these things, the businesses that are going to be there with the ideas and really excited, for example, about taking advantage of some of these grants that I mentioned before. If you don't have everybody sitting around the table talking cooperatively, collaboratively about these issues, it's not going to reach its potential. And there's just no doubt about that. And so in Fresno and in Shafter, there is a process that we go through of having everybody get to know each other and really understand each other, all of the perspectives, the diverse range of perspectives on these air quality issues. That's just starting in Stockton right now. So I really encourage you to keep track of this process, engage. If you can be on the committee, these are evening meetings. They're frequent meetings. There's a time commitment, but it's really, really worth it, from our perspective, in terms of what kind of benefits it could bring into the community, investments that can really, continue to help with that clean air journey that I mentioned before. So I wanted to kind of close sort of on that note, in that, well, I mentioned that there's a lot of progress that we've made. The journey continues. I mean, the Valley does have ongoing challenges with respect to air quality. We don't meet all of the federal standards. And so this year, you're going to continue to see a lot of these efforts moving forward, whether it's the AB 617 program that I mentioned or acting upon our recent plans that we've adopted. I don't know if you've noticed, but this last winter, we actually implemented a number of different things related to residential wood burning, not just the rural component, but also, a lot of emphasis on the grant programs and turning over your devices and the health benefits that you get out of reducing wood burning. There's a lot of new strategies that we're actually implementing this year that are going to require a lot of discussion, coordination with businesses that may be impacted by some of these conversations. And so we're going to keep focusing on that. I have no doubt that the Valley is going to keep being the leader in the world when it comes to air pollution solutions, innovation. We have great universities here. We have great businesses here that are all willing to take risks and try some of these new technologies. I think that's, if I can just urge you to keep looking at our grant programs or coming to us and letting us know, look, hey, we'd like to try this one thing, but if we just had some help in this way or that way, we may be willing to try this out because it's going to help us down the line. Have those conversations with us, and we're happy to partner up and go look for money if we have to, or support you in those efforts. And then, make sure that we don't lose sight. There's a lot of interesting things that are going on at the state level right now that I think everybody here is in some way impacted by, but I want to make sure that, and this is something I've been talking to the governor's office about and others, is make sure that we don't lose sight of, as we march forward on the climate change issues, that we also take advantage of the near-term sort of local air pollution related benefits that come from technologies that are available today. Not waiting for, the technology of 20 years from now that costs, $50 million today, but implementing something that's available today that gets you 95% of the way there at a fraction of the cost. And so these are the conversations that are going on right now from a policy perspective. And I think, I feel like there's so many win-win opportunities, from a climate change and carbon reduction perspective that also gets you air quality benefits. That's really where I like to focus my attention on finding those opportunities. And those also, by the way, happen to make economic sense, I think. If you do that, smartly and work closer with businesses and trying to implement those strategies. And I think that's a huge focus, from my perspective in finding those opportunities, because otherwise you're foregoing, real tangible things that you can be doing right now that are actually feasible, that are actually affordable, that get you the reductions that you need. And so that's something that, and I've got a lot of examples if you're interested, I'm sure you have even more than I do, of things that could be done in that area. And then we need funding. Bottom line is, the state has to support the, I think I'm doing okay on time, but all right. So, the different challenges that we have in front of us are very, very expensive to address. So if we're talking about turning over 30,000 trucks in the next 4 or 5 years, as our state strategy calls for our PM 2.5 plan, or replacing 5,000 ag tractors over the next couple of years, to be able to do that, we need a lot of funding from the state and federal governments to assist businesses making those investments. There is a return. We're seeing that return. For example, we have $200 million worth of projects sitting in the queue right now just for ag tractors from farmers that are interested in turning over their equipment. We need funding to support those measures. So right now, there's a very active conversation going on in the budget negotiation process with the governor's budget and working with both sides of leadership and on the legislative side to really make sure in this budget that they put a big emphasis on air quality funding, because those different grant programs that we've been able to run with those different grant dollars have been essential to doing the types of things that I mentioned before. A lot of these things are not feasible without those grant dollars. So really a call to action, I think, by everybody in the Valley. We do have a really strong coalition of business leaders and ag groups and other along with community-based organizations, environmental justice advocates. We're actually all saying the same thing to the governor and to the legislature right now, and that we need more funding to help us with these clean air type projects. It's a message I think everybody can kind of unify around. Let's put those dollars that are at the state level, the greenhouse gas reduction funds and some of the other funds that are available, to good use by investing in areas like the Valley that have economic challenges, that have air quality issues, and that have willing business partners that want to invest in these technologies if given some support from a funding perspective. And that's something that we've been actively working on. It's a huge priority for me, is trying to get that message across and get those dollars up in the budget. And it's actually been disappointing this year that the funding's actually gone in some other areas. And so we seek those partnerships. So if you have any ideas there from a legislative perspective, or just want to be a part of those conversations, just let me know. And then lastly, stay in touch. Again, my name is Samir. and you can easily get a hold of me. Just reach out. Happy to have conversations with you directly on anything that may be on your mind. Stay in touch with what we're doing. We have a lot of great grant programs. I didn't mention really any of them. I mentioned a couple, but we have a range of programs for a variety of things: trucks, heavy-duty equipment, at the residential level as well. Things that you can communicate to your employees, by the way. Residential wood-burning devices, cleaner vehicles, rebates, lawn equipment, rebates, things that you can actually hopefully put to good use and make available to either yourselves or to folks that you work with. So, sign up for our listservs, be a part of the solution. I look forward to it, and I really just appreciate, again, all the time that you've afforded me. I know it's an hour flew for me, at least. Hopefully it flew for you as well. And I do have a couple of minutes. I don't know if I'm allowed to take a question or comment from the audience, but happy to answer any questions. Yes?
So you talked about this partnership with schools. Have you thought about doing the same sort of partnerships with city recreation departments?
Yes, we have. Now, it's a huge, I think, low-hanging fruit for us. So for example, so we have a couple of really great programs that they're a huge target for. So we have a program called the Public Benefit Grants Program, where we provide grants to modernize fleets, for example, within rec departments or other city departments. But they're certainly one of the. We have another program, the Commercial Lawn and Garden Program. It's actually a really unique program. I don't think anybody out there. I think the state tried a pilot a while ago. But it's a grant program for commercial zero-emission landscaping equipment, where rec departments, school districts, other landscapers are all basically invited, and we're actually seeing interest picking up in that program because there are actually a variety of technologies that are available today, commercial grade, that have the operating hours that work. They're basically battery electric. You can actually get a couple of extra battery packs along, in the grant program. And so that's been another focus as well, is how they can maybe try one of these things out, see how they like it. If it works, maybe expand their fleet. We're very flexible in that program. So we're talking to them, but we have 60 cities in the Valley. Every one of those city rec departments have different perspectives on these issues. So if there's a way to, sometimes I think time and there's so many opportunities like those, trying to figure out how we, sort of get them all, maybe in a room and really understand, what all of their priorities are and how to respond to those. I think that's an interesting, I'll take that as a suggestion as well. Yeah. Any other questions, comments? Nobody else is raising their hand, so you've got the floor.
I'm with the city of Escalon, and probably one of the biggest air quality type calls we get is, how do I know if it's a burn day? Because we have a lot of ag around us.
Yes.
I can never find anything. I just usually end up giving the main number, hey, call and ask. Is there like a simple spot or part of the app or something?
It's on the app, first of all.
Okay.
And yeah, so so we're out of the winter season now, so you're not going to be seeing the burn declarations on the app today because we're out of the season. But if it was in February, you'd actually see the declaration. But it's also right on our homepage, on our website. And if you're in the ag community and you're trying to understand, there's a whole system and a process for that. We have a smoke management burn program. It's automated. There's burn permits. You have to. There's a process that you have to go through for that. That farmers currently use, and but if you're a resident and you want to know, is it a burn day, no burn day, and all that, the app would be a great place. The homepage also has that right on the homepage. So I think maybe the last question, just to stay on. Is that okay, Frank? All right.
Quick question regarding the ultra low NOx emissions on the heating equipment, which is coming due here at the end of the month for the sell-through period. Is there any? I know it's only our area district and one small one down in Southern California that have adopted the ultra low NOx emissions for those. Have you guys talked? Is there any other air boards that are planning to adopt that?
I believe so. And are you talking about residential furnaces or and small? Yeah. Yes. I think the short answer is yes. I believe the small district you're talking about is the LA. It's called South Coast, and I believe there's about 15 million people or something like that live in that district. So it's actually pretty. It's like half the state almost, I think, in that district. We actually happen to be the two air basins with the biggest air quality challenge anywhere in the country, and so. But I do think that that's going to become based on what I've heard, other large districts are looking at the same issue. And I do want to say, because I think it may be a part of your question, we're extremely sensitive. I'm hypersensitive to competitive disadvantage issues when it comes to rules like those that maybe have, even if it's a state rule, bringing out-of-state equipment that maybe doesn't comply versus people that have to comply locally. It's a real issue that we need to be very careful with. And so I think if you have concerns along those lines, you may or may not, I'd like you to maybe talk to me about those and how do we mitigate some of those, because that's something that we certainly don't want to create as an environment. Yeah, thank you. Well, thank you again very much. Appreciate it.
So we're going to keep you in the room. Our panel, I want to get started with that right away, but I know you've been sitting a while, so everybody stand up, get the blood flowing if that's what you need to do. We're going to get right into our panel. I'm going to invite the panel up right now, actually. And a reminder that on the back of your name tag is our raffle that is happening right after lunch. Okay. That was the stretch time. It's time to sit down now. All right, take your seats. I'm going to introduce the head of our panel. All right, everybody grab a seat. All right, we're ready to get ready here. Everybody take a seat. It's time to hand it over to Edvin Edgar, please. Welcome him. Edvin Edgar.
Thank you. Evan Edgar. Can you hear me live from San Joaquin? Right on. Frank was going to introduce me, but he was how I went to Chico State in the North Valley, and my first job out of college, I took a Greyhound to Bakersfield down 99. So I got to know the valley well. So I'm here to talk about the waste industry on a big picture, but we have a panel today to talk about what's going on overall in California with regards to green energy, low carbon transportation. We have a new governor that wants to get rid of diesel pollution by 2030. And we have a great leadership in San Joaquin and South Coast in order to how to phase it out. We have a mayor in LA that wants to get rid of diesel by the Olympics in 2028, Mayor Garcetti. So plus, we want to be carbon neutral by 2045. We want to go deep carbon. So how do we get to carbon neutral by 2045? How do we get off diesel? How do we have zero waste? How do we get to near zero NOx? It takes a team of zero heroes. And what I have here today is a panel that we are the zero heroes of getting down to near zero pollution in the state of California, especially the Valley. So on the panel today, we have Laura Zahn Rosenthal. She's a PhD, a field manager from the Energy Upgrade of California, a statewide educational initiative to promote energy. She was former mayor of Malibu and city council member. Oh, down there. Joe Fleming couldn't be here today. She was a moderator. They threw me at the last second. Thank you very much. And Laura's down here for the field manager. We have Yvette Davis. That's no Davis. She's from the San Joaquin Council of Government, and she used to be called formerly the Commuter Connection. It was established over 40 years ago to help improve air quality and reduce congestion by working with employers and commuters. And of course, I'm at the Cal Recycle Lot, the state agency that oversees a lot of investments in California. We got Bruce Quigley over here, and he's a loan the loan officer. And last but not least, we have Anna, and she runs a solar down there at the end.
Not this Anna.
No? Era, okay. Era? Annie? Okay. Well, I got good notes from Joe Fleming. Thanks, Frank. But we're going to talk about some big picture today, how it relates to the valley. But we need a lot of investments in jobs in California. We call it the circular economy, the green industry. And being in the waste sector for the last 30 years, we see that as we divert organics out of the landfill, we can make energy out of products such as biomethane in order to burn biomethane to make carbon negative fuel and carbon negative energy. So we have a state law called SB 1383 where we have to get 50% of all organics out of the landfill by 2020. We're not going to make it. And we got to get 75% out of the landfill by 2025. And plus, 20% of the edible food has to go back to hungry people. So we feed people first, then we make energy products, and we make compost, and then we maybe end up in the landfill because all that methane, all that organics in the landfill, it makes a methane. And methane is about 23 times more powerful than CO2. So by getting the methane out of the landfill and repurposing it towards low carbon fuel and renewable energy is a good thing. So, and it'll meet the challenge with regards to meeting all the different state goals of getting off diesel pollution by 2030 and being carbon neutral by 2045. So I want to start with the energy aspect of it. We had we call it a renewable portfolio standard. That we had to get 33% renewable energy by 2020, and we made it. It's great. We have to be 60% renewable energy by 2030. And then, of course, 100% by 2045. So let's start with the solar aspect with regards to what's going on with the solar in order to how that plays within being carbon neutral by 2045 and what role does solar play in getting there.
So, good morning. I'm Annie Cuniel. I'm from the San Joaquin County Office of Education. I am not Anna from the solar company. I do have solar, if you want to know about that on my own home. I'm happy to talk about the County Office of Ed and becoming Green Business Certified. Does that throw you off? Is that
sounds
okay?
Great.
Okay, all right. So let me give you an idea about the San Joaquin County Office of Education. One of our roles is to support school districts and schools and ultimately our students. And there's a big momentum on environmental literacy, environmental education, and we want to be able to walk the talk. So one of our first meetings, it's not that we're not aware of environmental education, but there's definitely an urgency right now. So one of our meetings was to go to the Green Team of San Joaquin meeting that the Chamber hosts, and from there that led to a discussion about green business certification. We knew our neighbor just across the highway, 99, Collins Electric, had also recently become green business certified. So it sounded doable. But what does green business certification mean? So there are measures, and there are 6 measures, and the topics are waste, energy, water, pollution, community, and transportation. And I am a director in our STEM office. I'm not going to assume that all of you know what STEM stands for. It's science, technology, engineering, and math. So a lot of these areas were not in my expertise. That's not what I'm dealing with on a day-to-day basis. But I did know that we had the support of our superintendent. I knew who the directors were for operations and IT and our Greater Valley Conservation Corps. I knew who the architect was that was designing the new building on our campus. So it was very easy to find a team of people who are willing to come to the table. So one of the first recommendations from the chamber was, if you're going to start with your newest building. And just by luck, Our Teachers College of San Joaquin was remodeling a building, and their grand opening happens to be this afternoon. And because it was a new building, it was already going to meet those Title 24 requirements. So that was nice to kind of have a head start on this project. So as we came together and started discussing what these measures were, there are 75 measures under those 6 topics, and you need to meet 57 of them. Teachers College of San Joaquin came in right at 57. Now, even though there are 18 more measures, we are not stopping there. I am confident that as time goes on, we will meet those 18, because it's not, as with most things, it's not just the end result that has the most benefits. It's the process along the way where we learn the most. So even as we came across measures where we weren't meeting them, we started to have the attitude, instead of saying no, it was not yet. We're not there yet, but we can work through that. And having gone through the process, we know now what they're looking for, and we're ready to start the next building. So it is very exciting to say that we're the first county office of education in the state of California to be awarded the Green Business Certification. We're going to brag about that for a little bit. But what's more thrilling to us is that now we'll be able to encourage and support our schools and districts who also want to go through the process, because we've been through it before. We understand what some of the challenges are, and hopefully we can continue to encourage and keep them going. We're also even willing to help other county offices of ed meet that requirement too.
Are you LEED certified or Cal Green? What's your platform to get certified?
So because I'm familiar with LEED certification, that it wasn't as strict as that. My understanding is Title 24 is not as strict, so that was the basis of the plans and remodeling the new Teachers College.
I think that's called the Cal Green standards, the Title 24, it's called Title 14.
So I wrote down the definition of Title 24 if you want to know what that is, but I'm not sure.
Okay, thanks. And that's great. And I was going to kind of keep on the energy and efficiency, but who wants to talk about solar on the panel? Who's a solar expert down there? Yeah, so we talked about, when you walked into the room, we were talking about California being carbon neutral by 2045, and we're on our way to make 33% by 2020. We made that, we got 60% by 2030. So what role will solar play, both on residential and commercial, in order to fulfill that goal?
So solar plays a major part of that. I mean, on the renewable side, it's really wind and solar that are the driving forces for growth in the energy industry. Being on the solar side, sorry guys, I'm a little late. We do commercial projects, and we have a residential division too. So residential absolutely plays its role. I run the commercial division, so I can speak to the commercial aspect of solar a lot better than I could residential. I can put you guys in touch with the residential teams if necessary. But on the commercial side, it's been an ever-growing industry. On the utility side, it's actually slowing down a little bit because the grid is having issues with infrastructure and being able to store that energy. You have time of use shifting later on into the day because of that. I don't know if you guys have seen PG&E rates, SCE rates, SDG&E rates. They're all shifting their peak periods to later on in the day. And your super off-peak is in the middle of the day now. So it's actually changing the entire economics of a solar project. The good thing is anyone who does adopt solar is grandfathered in for a very long period of time with their rate schedules. So it has a significant benefit to doing it sooner than later. Naturally, all of this push has been was started by mandates, and then those become incentives, and those incentives slowly trickle away. And today, both wind and solar are the lowest cost of energy, period, out of any type of technology, unsubsidized. So that's also a point of discussion that comes up a lot, that incentives play a big role in it. But on the commercial side, yes, we have 26% tax incentives, the tax credit. There is 100% depreciation year one, which I don't know of any other asset that a company can buy that they would be able to depreciate in the first year. And then you have, depending on if you're a pass-through entity or if you're a C Corp, you have a 5.5-year accelerated makers depreciation for the state taxes or a 10-year straight line. So when you put all of those incentives together on the commercial side, it makes a very compelling 20 to 30% IRR. And all of that goes to decreasing the greenhouse gas emissions, offsets for facilities, as well as significantly reducing their utility bills. And 99% of my clients all throughout California, their main concern is, does it make financial sense? That's a no-brainer. It absolutely does. But the fringe benefits and the environmental benefits that go along with it, for certain organizations, are actually more important. And the great thing about solar and storage that goes along with it today is that it makes financial sense upfront. For nonprofits and municipalities, you're able to get third-party financing where they own the system, and you just have a cash flow positive project from day one. And at the same time, you're being an environmental steward for both your company, your clientele, as well as the community.
Tell a little bit more about battery storage at your facilities. Is that most people emerging are adding battery storage, or are they just doing the panels?
So battery storage is a separate project. I mean, you can tie it into a solar project. There is, because battery storage is fairly new to the energy mix of corporations, there is an incentive for it, a California incentive. It's called SGIP, SGIP. It pays for a very large percentage of the project. And if you're in an opportunity zone, which, I mean, a lot of the Central Valley does fall into opportunity zones, the incentive actually is greater than the cost of the battery installed. So you get all the benefits of energy storage without any of the costs. Now, the reason energy storage is important is because those time of use charges are shifting later on to the day. Whereas you would get the maximum retail credits from the solar project, those have dwindled now because you're getting the market rate for whenever the solar is generating. So if you're getting a lower rate now and the rate for energy at nighttime is greater, you can essentially load shift. You can charge up the batteries with the solar, and then you can discharge it or utilize that energy at night when it's more expensive. So what you end up doing is a little bit of financial engineering and storing that energy that costs less and then utilizing it when it costs more into the grid. That's one aspect of it. There's two others. The main one that most companies use it for is the demand side. So most people don't understand that you're billed in two separate ways. When PG&E bills you, when Southern California Edison bills you, they're charging you for how much energy you're using, which is your kilowatt hour portion of the bill, and then they're charging you for how you're using your energy, how much power you're using at any given moment. Any credible solar company will not factor in how you're using your energy into their analysis because you can't predict the weather. So if you have one side of the equation taken care of with the solar, batteries cover the other side because they can dynamically adjust how much energy is being shed so that you can not have those power requirements from the grid. So if you have peaks throughout the day based on you turning on equipment, based on how you're operating your facility, if you can just chop those peaks off and have a steady power demand from the utility, you've taken care of one significant chunk of your bill, and that's where the batteries come in. On the solar side, it's how much energy are you using? If you want to think of it in terms of water, how many gallons of water do you actually consume, not how much pressure do you need, which is that other side. And then there's the third aspect of it, which is battery backup. Certain facilities have critical loads. You have a hospital, you have a manufacturing facility that deals with millions of dollars of raw material. If the power were to go out, or if you're even certain facilities, if they have a small blip in their energy supply, it ruins their entire batch, or it has a critical system failure in the middle of an emergency room. So rather than having an expensive genset with diesel fuel, batteries are also able to tackle that. So you really have three benefits from the battery side, which provides a lot of environmental benefits too, but it couples really well with solar.
Because I have it at my home. I have a residential solar city with Tesla, and it was the whole package for my home was $30,000. The battery portion was $6,000, but I got a $10,000 tax credit.
Yep.
So that definitely paid for the battery storage. And I live in the SMUD area up in Sacramento, and I can bank my kilowatts in the summertime and use them in the wintertime. So SMUD has a great program, and then there's a program that Schwarzenegger started, like 1 million solar roofs for residential. So all new construction in California has got to have a solar roof. That's another big aspect on a residential side. But keeping on energy and energy upgrades, I want to turn it over to Laura Zahn Rothenthal. She's a field manager for energy upgrade in California. Talk about what you're doing with promote energy efficiency.
Good morning, everyone. Nice to see you all. My name is Laura Rosenthal, and I am from Energy Upgrade California. Has anyone heard of Energy Upgrade California? Okay, we have a smattering of people out there. So we're an educational initiative of the California Public Utilities Commission. So it's been around for a number of years, but it's changed over the years too. We used to do rebates and those kinds of things and home audits, but now we're more educational, and when people are interested in rebates and audits, we send them back to your utility. And for most of you up here, besides the SMUD, it would be PG&E. And so we work with the investor-owned utilities who sponsor our program too. So basically, how many people here know what vampire energy is? Okay, well, we have even fewer people. So vampire energy has a great name. Vampire energy accounts for around 20% of your bill every month, and it's that energy, like your toaster, that you keep plugged in, but you're not using it. So how many people keep their toaster plugged in all the time? All right, not too many, but some. And like your phone charger, do you ever unplug it when you're not charging your phone? Oh, we have somebody over here, a few people do. If you keep it plugged in, it's small, but it's actually using energy still. Or if you have another one that's kind of popular that people keep plugged in is if you have a home printer. How often do you use a home printer? Even if you have a home office, you're not using it very often, but most of us keep it plugged in. That is using energy. Now, some of the things, if you have a built-in microwave, you're not going to unplug it when you're not using it. Or most of us don't unplug our washer or our dryer. But there are things that you can unplug, and it can reduce your bill, and it can reduce the amount of energy that you're using. That's what Energy Upgrade California is all about. We're really about providing information and educating people, and our goal is to get almost 40 million of us to do one thing every day to reduce or to be more energy efficient. And whether that's buying LED light bulbs or unplugging your phone charger, doing your wash on cold water, because around 80% of the energy you use to wash your clothes is just to heat the water. Those kinds of things are what we promote. So we have tools and tips, and we have things that we hand out about just Energy Upgrade California information. And so I work on the grassroots level, so we mainly work with community-based organizations, nonprofits, as well as cities and school districts and counties. As part of our initiative, we have around 350 community-based organizations that join in with us. We work with a number of solar organizations, and it really ties into a lot of what you're doing. Part of our work is with energy efficiency side, and part is with time of use, which this gentleman was discussing, and it kind of goes against, we were so used to California, don't use a lot of energy during the day, because you're making an impact on the grid. And now that so much of our energy comes from renewable sources, which are more plentiful during the day, we're trying to get people, and we have that we're going to be starting up again, really trying to get people not to use a lot of energy between 4 p.m. and 9 p.m. because that's when a lot of people are coming home. And what are you doing? Kids are getting out of school, so you go home and you turn on the TV and you're putting on the computers and, oh, I think I'll do the dishwasher and I think I'll do some clothes. We don't want people to do that. We don't want you to plug in your electric car then. We want you to do it at night, after 9 p.m., when the impact on the grid isn't as much. So I was really glad to hear you talking about that. So what we do is we work a lot with the California Green Business Network. They're one of our grantees. We work a lot with different chambers. We are here to provide information. We have a great newsletter so that your companies, your cities, your organizations don't have to, let's say, develop social media content. We give it to you. It's all free. We're here to help you do a better job working with your groups and communities and constituents and businesses to get the word out about energy efficiency. So we have a booth out there with the California Green Business Network, so come over and say hi, and we're here to help you really be able to get the word out about energy efficiency.
All right, thank you, Laura. One thing Frank wanted me to do is any questions from the crowd. You have a little card on your table, and a little note, and if you want to ask any questions, then Frank will give them to me so I can ask questions for our panel. Is that correct, Frank?
That's right.
Right on. Laura, I have a question about another trend in California, and you may not have the answer, but it's going on in Berkeley and Malibu, is making all electrical and phasing out the use of natural gas in home use. It's a big trend. There's a couple state initiatives will like to do that. What's your opinion of that?
Oh, my opinion? I don't know if I'm supposed to have an opinion, but well, I do have a lot of opinions. So as he said, I'm from Malibu. I used to be on the city council there, and as many of you know, we had a big fire down there at the end of 2018, the day after the Paradise Fire, actually. And just my city, which is a very small city, we lost around a fifth of our homes. And so there's been a big push for a lot of people to totally electrify. Energy Upgrade California is sponsored by PG&E, Southern California Electric, San Diego Gas and Electric, and Southern California Gas. So I'm not going to have an opinion about whether you should totally electrify or not. There are lots of options for clean energy and for you to look at your businesses as well as your homes. And I think the most important thing is to look at what's going to be best for you, for your business, what's going to be best for our state, for our greenhouse gas emissions, and what's going to allow you to be the most energy efficient, because that's really what we're all about, is promoting energy efficiency and what you can do really on an individual, on a group, on a community, on a city, on a county, on a state level to be. But there are some really amazing rebates if you do electrify your home. I know Southern California Edison just started a new program at the end of last year. If you totally electrify your home, the rebates are pretty large. So I suggest that you go to your utility and find out what the rebates are and what's going to work best for you. Yeah. How's that for a good political answer?
You're a politician.
Was that good?
Well, a lot of communities want to be fossil-free by 33. And by being fossil-free is get rid of diesel pollution, gasoline, and natural gas. And it's a big challenge in order to make that transition. So there's a big role for renewables in California, solar and wind. Of course, the methane from the landfills is a big challenge. And we see that in the transportation sector, too, where in the transportation sector, even using the near zero NOx engines that our speaker was talking about, is near zero NOx is really reducing the NOx, and using compressed natural gas is less carbon than diesel, but using renewable natural gas is carbon negative. So we can take landfill gas and other dairy gas, clean and compress it, put it right back into the CNG fleet, and be carbon negative with near zero NOx. That's a great platform to be on, and that's what the solid waste industry is doing in dairy. But once again, the state of California wants to be totally electrified, electrify your houses, electrify the transportation industry, and it has a lot of benefits we heard about today. But since we're talking about transportation, I'm going to pivot over to what's going on with regards to reducing congestion and working with employers and commuters to have smart solutions with electrical buses. So we have Yvette Davis here. She's a senior program specialist from San Joaquin County Council of Government. Talk about transportation.
All right. Well, thank you very much. My name is Yvette Davis, and I'm with the DIBS program. So I do have a question on how many people have heard of DIBS. Yay! All right. So DIBS is a program of the San Joaquin Council of Governments, SJCOG, also known as. How many people have heard of SJCOG? All right. Measure K. Okay. Less on Measure K, which is surprising. So SJCOG manages Measure K, which is the half-set sales tax that goes towards a variety of transportation projects in San Joaquin County, and DIBS is a program of SJCOG. So before I get into what DIBS does, I'm going to try and explain why DIBS exists. So DIBS focuses on a very low environmental impact with regard to transportation options. Transportation itself is a very big topic for society to consider when we're trying to create sustainable communities. We know in our county that we have challenges with traffic and road congestion, primarily on the highways and the freeways, and so that has a big impact for employers and employees and their ability to get to work on time or even to get to work at all. So we all know that labor is a big cost of doing business, and so having your employees get to work on time is pretty critical. It also affects employers' ability to retain and attract employees. So this is why we believe, and we are here to help employers think about the transportation options for their employees and to help them get to and from work on time. I think typically when we think about sustainability, we think about the internal operations, reducing energy consumption and waste, but there are a lot of ways that employers can implement strategies and ideas to reduce emissions from their employees. Musco is a good example. We've had a lot of other major employers implement a lot of strategies, Amazon, Frito-Lay. So we are here to work with the community, school districts, to give them the tools to educate their employees. The Air District, through their Rule 9410, has a lot of resources and guides and measures and strategies that help employers implement pretty simple measures, and they make it pretty simple. Even if you're not subject to the rule, it's a great resource, whether you're large or small. And so it's an example of how state, regional, and local agencies come together to help employers and provide them with the tools. And this is where DIBS comes in. So DIBS is a program that promotes smart travel options. So we're trying to reduce that single occupancy vehicle. There are, on average, over 80% of our drivers are just one driver. So we are here to try and change that and put people in rideshare situations so that they reduce their cost and we reduce traffic and congestion. So it helps everybody. Samir talks about air quality, and that's what we're all about. So DIBS has a variety of services and programs. We work directly with employers to customize plans, whatever works for their site. We will do presentations at their site, coordinate special events. We have tools. We have a ride matching and a trip planning system. We have incentives. We have a van pool incentive, which is huge. The Air District also has a van pool incentive. So when you combine those, it provides great benefits to employees when they're commuting long distances. We have in our program, we actually, the DIBS program, although SJCOG is a San Joaquin County agency, our program spans 3 counties. So we serve San Joaquin, Stanislaus, and Merced County. So whatever incentives we provide are eligible, the 3 counties are eligible to utilize. So there's a huge van pool incentive, and we have over 150 van pools throughout the 3 counties, which in itself is a huge emission reduction program. And if my math is correct, that's over 1,000 cars off the road. So we all can make a difference. We're here to help employers, jurisdictions, cities, organizations, school districts to educate employees on what transportation options are available and what would work for them. And so we're here to help. We do have a table outside as well, and a great team here. We can answer your questions. There's brochures. You can pick up a brochure and cards out there, so just give us a call, and we'll be happy to come out and talk with you. Thank you.
Great. Yeah, thanks, Yvette. One of the things that California had to reach in 2020 was meeting our greenhouse gas reduction goals that were from 1990 by the year 2020, and we made it. In fact, California has reduced greenhouse gases, and actually in 2018, we made our 2020 goal, and the next goal is by 2030, we have to get 40% more reductions in greenhouse gases. The largest sector that's been growing has been transportation. So even though the energy sector, with regards to the renewals, has been doing great, and so that has really helped us reach our goals with regards to the greenhouse gas reductions, but transportation is going up. So we heard today from the Air District about the buses being more electric. What type of buses are you guys using now? Are they CNG, or are you moving towards total electric buses?
Our program doesn't specifically deal with the buses, but SJCOG does manage funding and works with the jurisdictions and agencies to implement certain programs and coordinate funding. So the Regional Transit District is, I believe, trying to go all electric. I can't remember by what year, but they are going to do that. I believe there is a mandate to do that. So, yes.
What about the van pools? What type of vehicles are the van pools?
Well, the van pools are not electric van pools yet, but there is some talk about providing some type of incentive for van pools that are electric. Our van pool program, we do not operate the van pools. They are actually, we provide the subsidy, and so they're operated by the private agencies such as Enterprise. And so they provide the vans, and they are looking towards converting to electric vehicles at some point and would like to do that.
Because there's huge incentives going into transportation from the cap and trade. You guys know about the whole cap and trade program in California. It raises about $2.2 billion, adds about 10 cents to your gas bill in order to have incentives for mostly transportation. Most of the money that goes towards not only the bullet train, half a billion, but the clean transportation. Some money goes into the waste sector and different facilities to get off landfills and get into composting, anaerobic digestion, and that's what Bruce does over at Cal Recycle. There's a whole types of incentives that we use at Cal Recycle that we compete against. We compete against transportation sector and other programs. We get about $15 million a year out of cap and trade towards waste diversion, and Cal Recycle says we need to put down about $2 to $3 billion of capital over the next 5 years to get 75% of the organics out of the landfills, and that's going to be a lot of money, a lot of rate increases. The law 1383 was passed 4 years ago, and finally CowerCycle is on the verge of adopting the regulations, which will become effective January 1st, 2022. And what we're finding out in the waste sector and the recycling sector is how to pay for it all. So we need all the incentives possible from CowerCycle to pay down the capital. Plus, on behalf of the franchise haulers and all the garbage companies, we're going back to the ratepayer for different fee increases. Last year, I think, Frank, we talked about the China sword and how that was the markets and the paper markets and plastic really hurt us. And so we're trying to recover from the recycling market with rate increases to keep that going. Now we got this green cart that we're putting food waste in and green waste in, now we got to pay for that. So we really look towards CowerCycle for grants and incentives and loans. One grant cycle just got done a week ago Monday. I applied for a bunch of grants, and for that $15 million I was talking about, there were 29 applications for $101 million. So there's pent-up demand out there. We're shovel-ready. A lot of facilities are being permitted. With Air District's help, it takes a lot of effort to go through get an Air District permit. So the industry's stepping up. We have $100 million of projects statewide in order to get the waste diversion program going for covered compost and anaerobic digestion. So I thank Bruce and CowerCycle for giving that opportunity. And Bruce will talk a little bit more about what's going on over there at CowerCycle.
Thanks, Evan. I could probably talk for hours. Just to let you know, Evan is an active voice. He doesn't know me personally, but I see him in almost every one of our public meetings that we conduct on a monthly basis. So I've been with CowerCycle now for 6 years, coming out of the private sector in commercial lending and also in financial planning for many years. I have a diverse background in working with businesses. I've also run some manufacturing entities too. So I'm going to kind of tell you a little story, and I'm going to take you on a little trip as to what we do. And I think it's best to tell from that aspect because it touches every single person here in this room. So I want to ask one question real quick. How many people in here recycle? I better see all your hands up. I really did that for only one reason. I wanted to say to the other panel members, I had the most hands raised today, you know. I take it a different route. It was between that and the final rows, and I couldn't figure that one out either myself because I got roped into watching that with my wife last night. But let me tell you about what we do and how we reach out for things. Is that these programs that we have, they're grants, and there's a loan department. I work in the loan department, but I've also spoken throughout the whole state in the last 5 years regarding our grant programs and regarding our loan programs. We're the specialty perspective, but it reaches out to all of us and it benefits all of us when we implement what we do. As Evan said, there is a humongous push by this state to reduce emissions, and that means we got to get rid of this greenhouse gas effect. If you ever take a trip out to the dump or the landfills, as we call them today, from my days we called them the dumps, you're going to see a lot of stuff that's source separated out at the landfills today. A lot of us here take our plastic water bottles, we take our soon-to-be our organics, will be shoved into a bin in our house, and that's recycled. It's removed from the landfill. That's what we do. Our grants and our loans take products that are normally going to be driven to the dump. I say think of the garbage truck, and half the truck is only filled now with true garbage. The other half of it is products that are being recycled. There's money in that. There's value in that. This China sword issue that took place a couple of years ago took away a lot of our opportunities. California, we're West Coast. We like to take in all of this material and such, and that we can't use here in our state, we sell it to other countries. China was a big importer of our products, Vietnam, a lot of places across the world. There's been a humongous shift from that. It was a commodity. It's a value-based business. We all deal in commodities every day because we have cash in our wallets and purses. So what happens is that a lot of this emphasis has been re-pushed back on California. And what we do in our department is we take a look at those applicants. The grant applicants, I've been involved with those from a financial aspect over the last 5 years. I came in when the Greenhouse Gas Initiative, that's what I was hired under the state, under those programs. So I've seen this firsthand. I see how it works. Let me explain to you what we do, okay? We work with manufacturers, okay, and they come to us throughout the state. There's two ways to get money from us, okay? And this benefits and impacts every person in this room. It may not impact you wallet-wise, but it impacts you from an environmental aspect, which is an interesting way to look at it. And that's the way I look at it. I'm a finance guy, I'm a numbers guy, but it's changed my whole perspective as how we evaluate things in this state. The state is basically, we hear all these things, I hear numbers, assembly bill this, not, legislative that, and it kind of washes over me because there's so many people involved in making this, the rules, as we say. We're the we're not really even the enforcement arm is the way I kind of look at it. We're more of the ones that say we get to go to all of the people that are in the cities, the counties, and we come out and guess what we get to say? Here are the new rules. Go ahead and implement them. And you guys enforce them. So it's a different aspect that looks at it. We're a financing arm of all that. We want success. So here, I'm going to tell a story. One of our clients out here that you're going to see as you walk out the door, you're going to see a fabricated bottle. I don't know if Julie's in the room. Is Julie here yet? Oh, there he is, Mr. Rodriguez. Nice to see you this morning. I'm going to share a little story about our trip with Greg and his group. Greg is the chief executive officer. His counterpart is Julie, is a founder in Ecologic. And Ecologic Brands has a table out here. And our relationship goes back, I want to say, about 4 or 5 years. And I became aware of Ecologic through some interconnections. They came to the state, and I'll use them as an example. We have a grant process, okay? The grant process covers organics, it covers fiber plastic glass, and now it considers food waste. In fact, could you hold the bottle up back there? That's great, thank you. This is what you're going to see back at the table, and I'll describe what that is, not to the engineering specs of Greg, but close enough to that, I would say, of knowing how things work. And it's a great story. It's a great success story in your backyard, basically down the street in Manteca. But what we did is Greg's company could have come to us and they could have applied for a grant. Well, what's the grant? We just heard $101 million and a zillion applicants. It's extremely competitive. Guess what? You'll never talk to a human. And that's not a negative thing. That's just the process. It's so, because what is it? The key word is it's free what? Money. Free money, right? So that's the most competitive side of this equation, okay? I understand that. I get it. But guess what? A lot of people aren't going to get that because it's very subjective based upon what your applications writes. Evan does these. He submits these. I've actually read some of the stuff that you guys have produced. I'm not a decision maker. I'm a financial guy that helps make decisions to a team of people who make those decisions. We also have a loan side. Guess what? It's undersubscribed. How does 4% grab you for an interest rate if you wanted to borrow some money to take garbage in off the street and make a product from it? Pretty easy, pretty enticing to you as a business. 10-year loan repayback, flexible conditions with us at the state. And we work with commercial banks to help make businesses successful. Our goal is to take businesses and make them successful and keep them successful so that they comply with all of the good that takes place with anaerobic digestion. We financed those operations. I've seen those firsthand and financed them in joint partnerships with county, cities to build these things, to put it together. So there is a real impact to your community as to what takes place in having these infrastructures built like you're in Stockton and surrounding areas because it keeps the dollars here. But I'm going to take you on the trip with that, is that what we did with Greg's company is they approached us about getting some loans under, we have two loan programs. One's called the RMDZ, I call it the recycling money, and the other one is the organics program, and that's all the food waste that takes place. And they're both geared towards taking garbage out of the landfill and creating jobs in your community and making a product that's sustainable. We call it full life cycle. I call it a complete loop. And that's what Ecologic does. What they do with that fabricated bottle is they take in corrugated cardboard. They've taken in these huge tubes. We've qualified them under both of our loan programs for the maximum dollar amounts, which is in the nature of almost $5 million. Now think what $5 million does in your community. It hires people, it hires jobs. But what they do is they take the cardboard, they run it through a manufacturing process, and they actually make a clamshell bottle that snaps together, and there's a top made for it, and there's a liner that goes into it that's made from recycled content material to hold products, food products, shampoos, Now they're in the cosmetic business with one of the largest producers of women's cosmetics in the world has jumped on board. What's going to happen is you're all going to see this in the stores pretty soon. You will not see a plastic bottle anymore. You will see a corrugated bottle that's made from recycled materials, 100% recycled materials. And guess what? When it goes back to your recycling bin, you chuck it in, it goes to your local waste providers, and they go through and process it. Guess what happens to the materials? It's full loop. Wow, that's a huge savings to us as consumers eventually in the long run and for our whole environment. And it meets these objectives that we're looking for with the state. And the anaerobic digestion side, okay? With that, only two ways you can get rid of food waste. And this is my assessment as to what I've looked at. Hundreds of people coming through. You either get it through composting or you get it through anaerobic digesters. And everybody here owns an anaerobic digester. Guess what it is? What is it? It's your stomach. Yeah, that's all an anaerobic digester is. It's your stomach. It processes everything out. If you really give it in simple terms, put a bunch of food waste in, let it circulate around, let it do its thing, you throw some enzymes, you control the environment. Gas is produced, hopefully not a lot, but for most people there is some. And then there's a waste byproduct. At the end of it, there's a solid. Well, that's the when I saw anaerobic digester, I go, that's your stomach. That's all that is. Simple process. Guess what? These two are the only two programs within your county, within your cities, within your residential communities that are going to be able to remove and reduce those emissions. So, is everybody here a part of the process? Yes, we are all a part of this process. So, what we do in our department, we're specialized. We do work with the manufacturing entities. So, if you're a manufacturer, I'm the person to talk to. I call myself the money man is what I used to use when I used to go around to a lot of things. But this all plays out through the counties and the city levels to the wastewater treatment plants. From the anaerobic digestion side, how do you dissolve, how do you get rid of the liquids and the solids and make them non-toxic to the environment? They all play together. Every single person that's in here, we play to that mix. So what we do at Cal Recycle is, as I said, I came from the private sector into the public sector. And there's a few more levels of layers that have to be obtained, but the message is the same, is that these bills are real, they're doable, but it's going to take a partnership effort from everybody here. And you can say, well, I have a heating and air conditioning business, how am I going to impact this process? Guess what? Talk to your legislators, talk to your people, talk to your community, and get people behind the initiatives to get the dollars so you can partnership up with the state of California, and then we all benefit from it in the long-term initiatives. We are the petri dish for the world right now in recyclability. And a good friend of mine, I've known him forever, a graduate of Sac State along with me, great friend, engineer, retired, was in Europe recently and sent me probably 50 pictures. He is so geared now towards recycling and what takes place. Did you know that over in Europe, nothing goes to the landfill? Very few things. It's extremely expensive to dump garbage in the world. They take everything out of the waste stream. And that's what we're trying to do in California, demonstrate to the rest of the world so we can pass it along to other generations. I'm 60. I want to pass along a clean earth. And I've never was I would call a Greenpeace or anything else or recycle guy. I mean, I did my fair share. I threw it in the bins. Now I saved it and collect the money and use it for other efforts on things. But it's the companies like Greg, and it's been a pleasure watching his company grow to where it's at, and the success that it's starting to bud now, and the growth in that industry. It's going to radically change the world. And I would say the generation that's in their 20s and 30s will really benefit from this overall. So we have programs. I won't go into all the schematics, because guess what? You can go on the Cal Recycle website. You can type in my last name, Quigley, and you will find me. But there's a grants and loans tab that's over there. It's easy to find, and you can open up and look at the information on it. And like I said, I'm a great resource for a lot of businesses, too, that look for capital and look for money of how to go about raising it. And I think Greg might nod his head, yes, I know a little bit about money. Yes. Just a little bit, yeah.
I'd like to say also that if you're a manufacturer in this area and you're looking for a partner to work with to be able to finance the equipment and all the things you do, you couldn't ask for a better partner than Cal Recycle. They've been there for us. They were flexible in some of the rules they had. They allowed us finance capital to buy kind of exotic equipment that really automated our system and made us, got us to a point where we can be successful. So it's been a great partnership, and I consider Bruce a friend who's really rolled up his sleeves, come into our plant several times, figured out what he can do for us, and it's been a great partnership. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Yeah, thank you for the kind words. He won't let me press any of the buttons, though. It's stuff so says, he said it's too complicated for me. I go, no, it isn't. Trust me. I'm watching the process. So, like I said, our initiative is to support people. I appreciate everybody here sharing their success. There's all different levels that I was unaware of when I came to work for the state. So I thank you for your efforts and your, I call it grassroots work to get things out and get the word out to people, you in the community. Also to Frank for inviting me to come speak. We've done a couple other events where I've come and spoken on things. So I'm easy to approach. I'm easy to talk to. And again, I appreciate Evan's efforts, and we'll continue to support him and anything we can do to help out. So thanks for having me today.
All right, Bruce, that's a great overview. Thank you. Bruce gave a great idea of all the different organic products you can make as a business in San Joaquin. So in the Bay Area, we have a lot of organic products. So I come to the Valley a lot, Port of Stockton, trying to locate facilities, working with the port, different types of technologies. As an example, I have a handout and hand up here. You look at all the different products that we divert all this organic waste from the landfill. You know, we're talking about over 61,000 tons of material that we got to divert by 2025. What do we do with it? Well, what Bruce talked about, we make compost. So if we can make up to, and this is, I have on back is a local government procurement. So as part of the local economy, we don't ship bales overseas of organics. You know, we have plastics and papers we've been shipping, but when it comes to organics, everything's a local market because we feed hungry people, we feed the grid, we feed the tank, or we feed the soils. So we got something to do with organics locally. And what this chart shows here is that local government's got to facilitate and help buy back some of this material. So we're talking about 35,000 tons of compost per year, which is about 3,500 acres. And being that we're farm to fork capital of the world here, I'm sure we can use all that compost, or organic compost, up and down the valley. When I first started working for the waste industry, I worked for Cal Waste. The Vaccarezza family was the first pioneers and composters, and they made great organic compost up and down the valley. So I've taken that years ago and created the California Compost Coalition to make sure that by making organic compost out of this material, we're not using all the fertilizers or pesticides, and we're near zero on pesticide use on using organic compost. City of Sacramento, County of Sacramento just went out to bid, and starting July 1st, we're bringing the clean green waste out of Sacramento down to San Joaquin County, work with Cordo Olive, and Cordo Olive would like to use all the organic compost in order to not only have less erosion control, less runoff, but we save 30% water. So by using compost and having a healthy soils initiative, we can take compost and really make better yields. So we're bringing clean green compost to San Joaquin out of the city of Sacramento for making better olives. So that's a good story. We can make mulch as well, and then with mulch, we can use mulch on all the wood chips on the side of the roadway to stop erosion, weed suppression. So that's another opportunity. Another thing is bioenergy. From all the material we can divert from the landfills, we do 4.5 megawatt of energy, which is about 60,000 houses. So we can make local energy. And plus, we can make renewable natural gas. We can make 1.3 million diesel gallon equivalents, which fuels about 100 trucks with carbon-negative fuel. So what Cal Recycle is trying to do is reinvest in the communities by having this mandate. We're pushing stuff out of the landfill, and we're making either organic compost, renewable power, carbon-negative fuel, and put it right back in the local economy, which means a lot of local jobs. And we're not shipping anything to China. We're, like I said, we're feeding hungry people, feeding the soil, feeding the tank, and feeding the grid. So when I come to San Joaquin, I'm always looking for new opportunities. And Annie, I appreciate you batting lead off. And when people come to San Joaquin to start fresh and start new as a new business to get certified, who do we talk to?
Then you should first start with Frank at the Chamber of Commerce, and just realize that there are a lot of other businesses that are there to support and encourage along the way. There were times when I called Justin at Collins Electric and said, I don't know if we're going to make this. And he was encouraging that you don't have to meet every single measure. And even if it's something that you're considering, even if you don't make it to certification, the process is well worth it to realize that there are things out there, that there are tools and calculators that you can put information in to get an idea of what is possible. And remember, having that attitude of not yet instead of no is very encouraging. And I just want to add that this green business certification was a boost for us. It does a lot for our pride, but there is a lot more to environmental education and goals that we have to reach the almost 150,000 students in our county. And businesses like all of yours and your organizations play a part in that. And if you are at all interested in partnering with us and connecting real world experience with students, we would love to talk to you.
And the California Green Business Network, they certify businesses and they help you. They have money, they have grants to help you reach, all of those thresholds to be able to be certified as a green business. So I just wanted to add that for them.
Great, and I'll pass back to Ara over there with regards to wind and solar is a great deal for California to electrify, but do you see a role, you sit vertically integrated with battery storage, but as well, but is there a role for biomass and biomethane? Because what we're seeing is that even though solar and wind in Sacramento are very powerful lobbying forces and they're doing great work to make California carbon neutral, what we're trying to do in other sectors is to make biomass and bioenergy and biomethane. Are there roles for other types of fuels in this solar and wind for California?
I mean, absolutely. So I'm not an expert on the landfill side of the industry and the biomethane that comes out of it. But if you have we'll call it a renewable source that you can produce 24 hours a day, that's reliably forecasted, I mean, there's a huge benefit to that. So solar and wind is not the answer to everything. There is no catch-all, but having a good energy mix that moves away from more expensive, dirty fuels is really what the goal is here. So absolutely, being able to capture those gases that are, I think, orders of magnitude more harmful than carbon dioxide even is from those landfills, and utilizing that to produce energy. You're saying 4.5 megawatts of energy, that's a significant, I mean, we have a project that's about 4.2 megawatts, and I know how much space it takes on top of a massive mall in Southern California. So the amount of energy that you can harness from landfills is absolutely something that we should be doing, and I believe that is taking place at almost every landfill. So yeah, I mean, every technology has its place and has its benefits. So solar, we already see it being installed by the utility. The largest proponents and installers of solar and wind are the utilities themselves. It's not commercial companies that are trying to benefit off of incentives and going off grid. The utilities themselves, their PPA rates, their energy rates right now are sub 2 cents per kilowatt hour, which is absolutely insane how low the cost of solar and wind is. So having a mix of solar and wind, which you can forecast for certain parts of the day, and then having the energy storage to have more resiliency in the grid and have it more decentralized, as well as harnessing natural gas that comes out of our waste. Putting all these things together is absolutely important. It's not going to be one technology versus the other. It's really bringing all of it together.
That's refreshing, because at California Energy Commission and CARB, Air Board, they're trying to get rid of combustion. Yeah, totally. So you can't combust. They want to do no more combustion of renewable natural gas or biogas, which is disturbing. So we're trying to preserve a role for biomethane and biogas in all the electric world. Throughout California, I work with Marin Clean Energy. I work for Community Choice Aggregation, where you have local energy companies helping out with local choices. Any movement in the San Joaquin Valley for any CCA, community choice aggregation?
I know the Green Team or the Stockton Chamber has a CCA member, but I'm assuming he works with you. So they understand the CCA model a lot more. I mean, I know what it is, and I can speak to it. But if we have an expert, I think the CCAs definitely have a place, and they've been taking over. I mean, I think there's 18, 20 now?
There's actually 19
19
in the state of California, but there are 8 states nationally that are deploying this model. And as an update for Community Choice Energy, Stockton is in the exploratory stages of it. So there should be an RFP coming out very soon for a technical study for the city of Stockton.
Speaking to something that you were mentioning that ties in with the CCA, there is a CCA in Southern California, at the very south end of the valley, that has one of our potential clients, we're a finalist right now, we don't need to get into who they are. They're a transit authority, and you were talking about transportation, and their entire transit system is completely electric. And the RFP for their facilities is a completely off-grid solution, essentially, where they have a net zero impact. So they're going to have ridiculously large batteries that take care of all the charging and all the storage of the solar, and we're talking about 12 to 15 megawatts of solar. And we're not talking about fixed tilt on a roof. This takes up a nice amount of ground, and it's on a tracker, so it's tracking the sun. It's a much more efficient type of system. And utilizing all of that energy for their entire transit system, which I think is a 3-city transit authority. So on the transportation side, I know for a fact that certain transportation authorities are going completely electric. And how that plays into being going away from combustion or not, at the end of the day, we do need to produce the energy somewhere. And having a mix of natural gas that comes out of our landfills, I think, fuels the electric buses.
Any more on CCA?
Just, I guess, a brief description for people that don't know what CCA is. It's community choice aggregation. I refer to it as community choice energy because aggravation often leads to aggravation. So community choice energy essentially would be an alternative energy provider. It creates friendly competition with the investor-owned utility, which can help to stabilize and possibly lower your energy bills. And the governing authority would be either the city, the county, or a joint powers authority between the two. And they would be the authority to do the rate setting. And one of the major benefits of it is it creates a lot of transparency. So there's opportunities for residents to have conversations with the city council or the joint powers authority, the governing authority, and make sure that their needs are being met. And one of the other benefits is revenues. So there's an existing revenue stream that comes from Community Choice Energy. We pay our bills every month, and unfortunately, those bills leave our local economy. But with Community Choice Energy, all the revenues stay local. So that gives the opportunities for the cities and the counties to create community-tailored programs with that existing revenue stream. So I hope that answered everyone's question. And I have a booth over there, so if you want to have more conversations, we definitely can. I don't want to take anyone's time.
No, that's great. Laura, you have any experience with working with CCAs in your experience with energy efficiency?
Well, just personally, where I live, we're part of Clean Power Alliance, which is currently the largest CCA in the state, and just started a little over a year ago. So they're really changing everything, and our city was able to choose 100% clean energy, renewable sources. So that gives each individual, you can opt in or out, and cities the choice to be able to choose how much renewable you want as opposed to having to default to your utility. But Energy Upgrade California, we work with a number of different CCAs or part of our community-based organizations, and so we're able to do events with them or share information. We like to sponsor a lot of events, though maybe there's not going to be a lot of events for the next few months, like all of the Earth Day events that are coming up. We're looking at doing some more virtual events and things like that. But yeah, CCAs are a really important part, I think, of the future of California, and that's why Energy Upgrade California is partnering with them. So.
Yeah, and the biggest word nowadays, the biggest buzzword, we talk about sustainability and adaptation and mitigation for climate change, but resiliency is a big thing. The governor is going to be promoting a bond initiative for $4.75 billion about being resilient from all the different fires we had, from all the downtime and brownouts and blackouts we had throughout Napa, Sonoma, and even down your way during the fires. People need to have resiliency and need to be connected, and we need a community choice without being tied to big utility that lets us down. So what we're worried about, if you go all electric, what happens when big utility can't supply the power on a blackout? So by going community choice, we're able to mitigate that factor. But with at lunchtime, Jared will be here from Cali, PA, and he may talk a little bit more about that $4.75 billion fund. Plus, there's a climate catalyst fund for $100 million. I think it's $100 million is another fund that is being put out by the governor. So there's a lot of new incentives coming down on being resilient and how to adapt to climate change. And then as one of the goals in California is try to get off oil and get off natural gas. How do we do it? It's definitely a big shift, and I think everybody's working hard to do that. And Laura, you have something to say about that?
Well, I just wanted to say that I think that resiliency is the it word these days. I agree, and I think that cities and counties and communities, but also the utilities are looking at how they can be more resilient too. So the CCAs are doing it, but also look to your utility companies. They have a lot of great programs on their websites that talk about.
Tell us more about that. I don't believe PG has much of a program, but do tell more.
Well, I'm not going to speak for PG&E, but I'm just saying, yes, with all the wildfires and the PSPSs and all of those kinds of things, they are looking at it, as well as Edison, as well as San Diego, all of the different utilities, because you have to do it on every single level. We have to do it on an individual level. We have to do it school districts. We have to do it communities. We have to do organizations, businesses. It behooves us to do all of that, and then, through Energy Upgrade California, we can be the ones that can help you with that and help you, give you tools and tips and be a part of your organization or community, but it's going to take every level to do it.
And I guess what we hear today is about local choices, circular economy, reinvesting locally, from using the waste byproducts. You used to go to the landfill. You can make compost. You can make bioenergy. You can make renewable products. You don't have to rely upon big waste, big utility, or big oil. That we can do it all ourselves here. So, with a message from the state of California to get off big oil, get off diesel. We're here in the great Central Valley, and we got all this great ag land. We got all this great soil. So I guess the message is not big oil, but big soil with organic compost. So, plus we heard about being zero heroes here today, like get zero emission buses, near zero NOx, and we're doing it with zero waste. So everybody up here, I thank you for being zero heroes on the way to get to California to be carbon neutral by 2045. Thank you, Frank.
Couple quick announcements before we let you go. First of all, Evan Edgar, give him a special round of applause. He found at the last minute he was going to be moderating. And a shout out at home to Joe Fleming, who couldn't be here today, but we know she's viewing through live streaming. This whole event is live streamed. So here's the announcement. You have till noon to visit the booths outside the doors here. Make sure you take all your personal possessions because this room is being turned over. And behind your badge, keep in mind, Frank wants me to make sure I tell you this, behind your badge, remember, is your raffle ticket for after lunch when we have the door prizes, so to speak. Okay? Thank you for being a captive audience. I appreciate that. So we'll see you at lunch.
Good afternoon, everyone. We're going to start the second portion of our conference. In about 3 minutes, we'll start serving lunch, so we would greatly appreciate it if everyone could find their seats, and let's get ready to eat. Afterwards, we will have a keynote discussion following lunch. So find your seat, please, and we'll get started. Thanks. Hello, it's me again. Please continue to eat, but we're going to go ahead and get started with our next portion of the conference. My name's Eddie Tolentino, and I work for Greif Inc. We remanufacture 100% recycled paperboard. Next up is our keynote speaker, Jared Blumenfeld. I hope I said that right. The California Secretary for the EPA. By the way, this session is sponsored by the California Green Business Network. Jared was appointed California Secretary for Environmental Protection by Governor Gavin Newsom in January 2019. As Secretary, Jared oversees the state's efforts to fight climate change, protect air and water quality, regulate pesticides and toxic substances, achieve the state's recycling and waste reduction goals, and advance environmental justice. As a member of the governor's cabinet, he advises the governor on environmental policy. Please join me in giving a warm welcome to Jared Blumenfeld.
This is the era of fist bumps. We've got to get used to those, right? First of all, I love being in Stockton. This is one of my favorite cities. I've been here many times. And as you all know, Governor Gavin Newsom, I think every time he's in the Valley, people are like, you have been more in the Valley in a year than the last governor was in 8 years. So this is a place that we want to make sure when the governor ran on a platform of California for all, he wants to make sure every single Californian is benefiting from all the things that it means to be part of the world's fifth largest economy. I want to thank Doug and Frank and Eddie and all of you for inviting us today. I wanted to start with a small anecdote. I had the privilege of going to the climate conference in Madrid. So they have these conferences every year to work out how, as a planet, we're going to tackle climate change. And we're not a country, right? California, we sometimes think of ourselves as a country, but we're not. So we go there as kind of humble, but people really, 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 really wanted to hear about what was happening in California for the simple reason that the real message that comes out of this room, what each and every one of you is doing, is that we can grow our economy and have a strong environment. And people are like, how do you do it? How do you do that? And each one of you struggles with that. Our job is to make that struggle a little less. We want to make sure that you doing the right thing ends up helping you be able to pay your employees, build a future for your families, have your kids' schools be good. All those things shouldn't come at the sacrifice of doing well for the environment. We have a really amazing agency in Cali, PA, and large part of that is because we have an incredible undersecretary, Serena McElwain. Serena is here. She was like, I want to come to this event with you. So stand up, Serena. When you need something, yeah. Serena's there to help. One of the things that Serena's an expert in, which I think people will appreciate, is how we make processes more efficient. You all have to deal with permits and CEQA and a whole lot of what I call green tape. Like, we should be cutting that green tape. It should be easier to do a good job in California than it is if you're a polluter. But we somehow kind of paint everyone with the same brush. And we need to make sure that we're working with you to think about Serena's expertise is in lean. How do we take out the non-essential decision steps out of really complicated processes? Because that's a barrier. When people are thinking about, oh, how do I start a small recycling business in Stockton? It's not that easy. It should be easy. It should be easier than starting and finishing a business that pollutes your neighbors. So we want to be a partner with each and every one of you. We are at a time in the recycling world. We're a few years on from National Sword. So everyone probably in this room knows what National Sword is, but if you don't, basically it was China saying we're at a stage of development that we don't want all this material coming from the rest of the world polluting us. I actually think many people frame it as a crisis. I think it's a huge opportunity. It's an opportunity to bring those jobs back to California, to say that everything sold in California should be recycled in California, to bring those manufacturing jobs back. We estimate that if you just look at National Sword and the jobs that were going to China and other places, if they were all happening in California just based on our waste, it would be between 75,000 and 100,000 new jobs in California. So there is a huge opportunity, and we need to make sure we're at the front line taking advantage of it. And the very fact that this is the 9th conference of its kind, 15th even, wow. If it was the 9th, it would be incredible. The 15th is like mind-blowing. Thanks, Frank. So the 15th, you know, the first one was probably tough, and each one is not easy. So I really want to thank the organizers, the people that put this on. When we came in, they were asking us if we had hazardous waste to drop off. I should have brought it from Sacramento because it's not that easy to deal with your hazardous waste in Sacramento. But you've made it easy, right? That's what, for me, that's what this movement is about. If it's inconvenient to recycle, if it's complicated to find out where the clamshell that's made out of 100% recycled paper comes from, and it's, you know, not in the place that, you know, the restaurants go, Restaurant Depot, you're not going to be able to survive. So it has to be convenient. And then financially, we need to make sure that we're working with you to help push people to your market. It's not enough just for you to be out there. How are we, through government purchasing, but also through legislation? So there's a piece of legislation that's up that the governor has said he will sign, which is an unusual thing. He doesn't normally do that. It's about circular economy. It's called SB 54 or AB 1080. And amazingly, we have folks here from Pepsi and Frito-Lay and other places. The CEOs of large companies, Unilever, Procter & Gamble, have stood up on global stages and said, we are committed to increasing the recycled content of our products. That's great news. Only problem is we don't have that material in clean supply in enough volumes to help those global brands get where they want to go. So we need to set some real clear mandates of how we get that material into the supply chain so that we can meet our ambitious recycling and goals. Also thinking about how do we're at the 50th anniversary of Earth Day coming up April 22nd. And at the beginning of Earth Day, we had the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle. We spent a lot of time on the last of those. A lot of time. But if you look at the beverage, so the CRV, the beverage redemption fee and deposit system, we have 26 billion containers going through it in California every year. 15 years ago, we were at about 15 billion. We were pretty good. I don't think like we've improved that much as a society by adding billions and billions and billions of bottles. But as you know, about 10 million tons of plastic goes into our ocean every single year around the world, and people are sick of it. I mean, that's the one thing that I'm getting. There's also a ballot initiative that people are doing a signature drive on to put a 1-cent fee on every piece of plastic sold in California. That 1-cent fee would lead to $5 billion that would go to help support all your programs day in, day out. So people are really focused on this, but nothing happens without all of you innovating, doing the incredibly hard work of marketing and thinking about where you stand in the global market. This is not an easy time to deal with those markets. But just here in California, as the 5th largest economy, we want to make sure that not only here in Stockton and the rest of the valley, but in LA and San Diego and San Francisco, all the way up through Redding and Crescent City, that people are realizing that you have products to sell. You have services that are going to help them. So for me, thinking about the road ahead really is a road that you are going to inform us with. The reason that I love talking to chambers of commerce and others is that you have a sense of the challenges that your businesses face. Each one of you could come up to me afterwards with a list of your top 5. Jared, Serena, unless we deal with this red tape, unless we deal with these budget issues of how these things are sold, we're not gonna stay in business. We want you to be in business, so we want to understand what those roadblocks are, whether it's electric charging stations. number of people that come to me and say, California won this big VW settlement for their cheating on diesel, but the electric charging stations they're building in the middle of nowhere, and they're really expensive. Like, why did you guys not think about where they go? They need to go into communities that need them, not way the hell out nowhere, and they're getting credit. So sometimes we do a good thing, we sue VW and get the money, and then not such a great thing is how it's implemented. So we really care. We want to hear your feedback. That's why Serena and I spend a lot of time on the road, is to understand what you're facing. So I do want to, hopefully, Frank, we could do a little bit at the end of just Q&A if people had questions. But also, come up to us afterwards, and we're going to make sure that we're here for you. So in terms of the governor's budget, we have put forward something called the Climate Catalyst Fund. We want to capitalize it at $1 billion, $250 million over 4 years from the general fund, and it would be a low interest rate revolving loan fund. The first thing we want to fund is recycling infrastructure. So if you want to build a secondary MRF, if you want to build a new facility that you don't have lines of credit for, before, what we were hearing from you as a community is we just need cash. Grants are great. But there is a whole section of the economy that are past that startup phase. They just need capital that maybe normal lending institutions aren't that willing to provide them. So we want to create that Climate Catalyst Fund. The second is transportation, so things like charging infrastructure, and the third is ag. So in agriculture, how do we help people do on-farm compost? We all know that Serena didn't eat that much, so some of that's going to be food waste. Serena, not to point out one person in particular, but I did finish all my food, so there's no food waste on my plate. But food waste, right? Amazing statistic is that 20% of all the fresh water in the United States goes to producing food we throw away. And 90% of that food plus goes to the landfill, where it creates methane, which is a short-lived climate pollutant, which is 70 times more potent a greenhouse gas than CO2. From food that farmers worked incredibly hard to make, that was then distributed. The average food that is grown in the valley right out here, like in Lodi, that food travels 1,600 miles before it gets back to us in Stockton. So we got all those emissions. Then it goes into the grocery store where they refrigerate it. Then we buy it. Then we drive it home. Then we put it in our fridge. Then we throw it away. So we need to, one, think about that system a little bit better. But two, many communities now, when they're entering into their franchise agreements or cities are working on their new contracts, are saying we need to collect food waste. And I feel really proud. It wasn't, I appreciate Eddie didn't go into my bio, but I ran San Francisco's environment programs for 10 years, and we started the first food scrap compost recycling program, and it was very small. It just started with actually the Hilton. We're in the Hilton today. There was the manager of the Hilton in San Francisco is an incredible woman called Jo Licata, and Jo said, our biggest issue is food scraps. What do we do with them all? And we basically said, why don't we think of a pilot program? We'll work with Jo, and her key was it needs to be free. We should pay for the trash, but the food scraps need to be free. In their first year, they saved $250,000 on their trash bill. Then every business in San Francisco was like, we want this. So the money has to follow what we care about. If we charged the same or more to pick up the food scraps, no one would have done it. But if you can save $250,000 in a year, the other thing that we found was vectors, rodents. Like, if you put all the food in the green car and take that away twice a day, the rodents in San Francisco went away. Because when it's commingled with the trash and they can get in, so huge number of benefits. So 700 tons of organic compost are created a day now. 700 tons of organic compost. Those then go onto vineyards. That then creates a sea state change in the soil that allows it to absorb more carbon. And not only that, so we can actually suck carbon out of the atmosphere into our soil, but most importantly for the farmers, I was just talking to a walnut farmer up by Sacramento. He increased the carbon in his soil by 1%, and he didn't need to irrigate for an additional month compared to his farmer, because that carbon helps you absorb the water when it rains. So these natural systems that we all care about in recycling and closing the loop are actually going to help us save the planet. But in order to do so, we need you to stay in the game. We need you to feel supported. And often it's lonely. Being an entrepreneur or small business, or even in a large business, it's like, wow, is government really listening? We want to make sure we do a better job of that. And I think each of you, I know many of you are going to say, government, yeah, they just come, they give talk, and then they leave. We want to be there for the long term with you, and we want to make sure that we clearly understand what your issues are, because together I really think we can get out of the mess that we've made on the planet. But it's going to take your ingenuity. It's going to take people making money. If we're not following the money, this is just about altruism, we're not going to save the planet. You all know that. So green businesses, and we're going to honor some green businesses later in the program, are where it's at. You've committed, you've aligned your values with making money. We need to make sure that the obstacles in your way are removed. So with that, maybe, I don't know if people have any particular questions about things, or the things that just pisses you off the most that you're like, oh my God. Yeah, I don't mind. That can of worms is fine to open. Yeah. Any questions? About anything. Where I grew up, Doug was particularly interested in that. I grew up, God, well, no, there's a real question back here, and then I'll get to that one. Stand up, sir, at the back. Do you have a question? Here's a mic coming to you. Wow, we're even prepared. This is amazing. Maybe you could say your name and what you do.
Yeah, I'm Todd. I'm with Tri-Valley Recycling here in Stockton. We cover the Northern California area, electronic waste recycling. Is it on?
Yep, hello? Electronic waste recycling.
Yeah, I'm with Tri-Valley Recycling. We do free electronic waste pickups. But one concern I have is, as government does want to support green businesses, sometimes the rules that the rule structure that they make, the rules get made and then they stay that way, but it makes it really, really difficult to some of the processes to comply with, like compliance, and it takes a lot of productivity hours to comply with. Is there any way the government can make, like, relax some of those compliance
That's a great question.
Issues?
So I think the answer has to be yes. I mean, it has to be, well, one, the way that rules, when I'm an attorney, when I read some of these rules, they're written in such a way that they're so prescriptive that, and also that, a lot of these recycling laws that we operate under were written in the 80s. They have no place in 2020, and yet they're very hard to change. There's a lot of vested financial interests on all sides of them, and so when you try and change them, people don't want to. So the first thing is we kind of need to identify those regs that just make no sense that we need to reform. And then secondly, we need to write new regulations in a much more open way that have performance standards and ways that we can just do spot audits based on trust as opposed to always having you give us so much information. I mean, I hope and I'm sure that our staff read all of them, but there's a lot. I mean, on both sides, it's not that efficient. So I think we need to think about how we do the monitoring and evaluation in a more collaborative way, because the way we're doing it right now is exhausting. So great question. That's now on Serena's top of her list. Sir with Stetson. I always wish I could pull off one of those. The other thing that I'd like is a bolo. But I don't think with the accent I have, it's hard to do both those.
Evan Edgar from the California Compost Coalition. Yeah, we get good cap and trade money for the Healthy Soils Initiative, and the Cal Recycle gets a lot of good money for different grants, and we appreciate that. We're asking for more money.
Good.
But with the mandates of 1383, which you're aware of, we have to get 75% of all organics out of the landfill by 2025. So what we're trying to do is making compost facilities an essential public service, such as wastewater treatment plants, landfills. And by doing so, it's really tough to get air permits. We had the speaker day from the air board, and he helped out a lot on air permits.
Samir is awesome, by the way.
On transportation emissions. But what I'm looking for is there some way that we can do that permit streamlining and use cap and trade money to pay for the emission reduction credits in order to have compost an essential public service with a mandate of composting?
So 1383 is this law that many of you may be familiar with, and it is pretty aggressive. And so getting to 75% of material out of landfill by 2025 is not going to be easy. And we need all the good ideas. I don't know what the dynamics of making it essential public service would be, but I'd love to have that conversation with you offline. I'm a big compost advocate. We need as much as we can get from every different source if we're really going to have a chance. Bringing it full circle. Am I getting like, this is like the Gong Show, I'm getting like yanked off here. It's always ominous when Eddie's like walking up there. So when we were in Madrid for the climate conference, the biggest single focus that they have is to look at what's called nature-based solutions. So how can compost and soil help solve these issues? And everyone's looking at California. So if we can't solve these regulatory issues about how the water board and the air board and Cal Recycle all work together, they all work for Serena. So that the advantage that we have, just to give you a clear sense of what we're trying to do logistically, is we have this concept called One Cal EPA. Like, we can't have different rules from the water board and the air board competing to make composting more difficult. They need to sort out their differences before they go public. And so Serena's leading a whole strategic planning effort with all, they're called boards, departments, and offices, to make sure that we're getting unified on our priorities and that they're informed by you. So let us know what that essential public service caveat means. Someone, I'm sure, knows more than I do, but I'd love to have that conversation. Thank you. And with that, Eddie. Are these gifts for... Okay, thank you, Frank. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. Thank you very much. I grew up in England, by the way.
I know there are a couple of folks who had some questions. I'm sure Jared would be available to answer them afterwards. Next, I'd like to introduce Pamela Evans, the chair of the California Green Business Network, to help us award people with their awards. Thank you.
Big prizes, Pamela.
Yes, indeed. Yeah. Well, we hope so. Well, you know, RED, Joe Fleming, could not be here today, so I am going to give her notes, the best possible read I can, read with expression. So anyway, you know, I also want to thank the Greater Stockton Chamber of Commerce for their efforts on this record-breaking event. This is quite a good turnout, considering everything that's going on in the world, and I think they even ended up with a larger crowd than they anticipated. So thanks for that. Our job as Green Business Network members is to connect you with resources and rebates and show you how to meet our green business standards. But now that we have over 4,000 certified green businesses in the state, our job is about really reaching out to the public, to consumers, to let them know how awesome our certified green businesses are and why they should vote with their dollars to, you know, use your services as green businesses and buy your stuff. So how do we do that at the network? Well, there's an app for that, as you might have guessed. It's called Shop Green. You can find green businesses on the fly. I use this quite a bit myself. As a matter of fact, I'd like to ask you to please go ahead and download it right now while I'm talking. It would give me actually great pleasure if you looked at your phones right now while I'm talking and download that app. Just search for the Shop Green app. Another tool...
They're not just like looking at Facebook right now.
Well, we don't know that, but trust and then verify. Yeah, we'll see how many people visited the website after this. All right. So another tool that we're using for outreach is Google Ads, and that drives consumers to certified green businesses. We're on social media, Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, LinkedIn. And of course, we reach out through events like this one. And so we'd like to thank those of you who stopped at our table and visited all the other great vendors we have out here, who in many cases actually support your efforts to become a green business. So another thing that we've done is the Shop Small, Shop Green campaign during Small Business Saturday in the past couple of years. Businesses came up with a deal that they wanted to offer, and then we heavily promoted it in that business's region, and all of that was for free as a thank you to those green businesses in their efforts to become certified green. If you haven't taken advantage of our free service yet, please, I recommend that you do so immediately. What you need to do is to go to greenbusinessca.org and enroll, and Frank here with the green team will help you get started. Please take advantage of the $500 rebate that we have while it lasts, and that's just from the California Green Business Network. There may be other rebates and resources available to you as you apply and become certified as a green business. Okay. Well, now on to the award ceremony. What we're doing here is we're recognizing some of our top programs throughout the state. When Frank Farrell came up with the idea to award our green business programs in the state, we kind of hesitated because it felt like selecting a favorite child. All of these programs have their own unique flavor and their strengths, and most are hugely successful. So choosing just a few out of the 40 programs we have in the state was tough. But the truth is these programs do deserve recognition, and some are real standouts. For example, some have brought back their programs from the brink. They found success where others have failed when reaching problems with funding and support and so on. Some have innovated to make sure their programs served all businesses, not just the well-connected ones that always know how to take advantage of a good opportunity. And then some have brought the opportunity to be certified to businesses that frankly were very hesitant, maybe a bit leery about it. Others have formed strategic local partnerships which brought their community together so that consumers and businesses alike were clamoring to participate. We selected the programs that we're recognizing today based on the number of new certifications in 2019 compared to their overall size. And I do fully expect Central Valley programs, such as Frank's, to be getting this award next year, and hopefully we'll make this an annual event. So, Secretary Blumenfeld, would you mind? Oh, there you are. Oh, thank you. Yeah.
This hotel is on the app, just to let you know.
Great, very good.
Just in case you're wondering.
Yeah. So, he will help us by offering the awards to our top green business programs as I announce them. So, Brooke, come on up, Brooke. So, Brooke Wright with the California Green Business Network, and specifically with Monterey Bay Area Green Business Program, will also assist with presenting these awards. So, ready? Okay, great. So, the first award, we're going to do this on the right side. Yeah. Is for the program that you could say was neither the first to start nor the last to start, but definitely one to innovate the most. Yeah. Okay. Watching this program grow under strong leadership in the past 3 years has been nothing short of thrilling. Anyone who has attended one of their business awards ceremonies definitely had a lot of fun, but could also plainly see the diverse community building that they've achieved. So, Kelly Geraghty, will you please come up and receive your award for the San Francisco Green Business Program? Yay. Okay.
We need another one.
Okay. Right, that's right. Thank you. All right, great. Okay. So the next green business program that we want to recognize has proven that rural communities can also succeed at sustainability. That is the County of San Benito Green Business Program. The events, publications, and general buzz throughout their region will ensure ongoing, success. It took a group of people from their own community, come on up, Selena, to next level their program, and they did a wonderful job. And this will give us more time to take pictures, so great. Selena Stotler was one of those people, and Selena is accepting this award for the County of San Benito Green Business Program. Very good. So, note to Jared Blumenfeld, the remaining folks could not make it. However, Brooke will be accepting their award on their behalf, and I have a few remarks to make about them. So the next wildly successful program that we want to recognize has certified almost 800 businesses. 800. That's a lot. The City of Los Angeles has worked to ensure inclusivity and has partnered with numerous agencies to accomplish this record-breaking number of certifications. More importantly, they've done a phenomenal job resourcing the program to serve their large and diverse business community and to achieve a high level of sustainability. And so Brooke Wright will accept the award on behalf of the City of Los Angeles. And we're really honoring here George Peba, Sandrine Cassidy, Maravik Sabilo, and Brendan Scher. They created the foundation that led to their program's success. Okay. All right, very good. Okay. So, yes, the City of Ventura is the next program we want to recognize. Even with a particularly challenging funding problem or a business that was literally starting from scratch. Looks like we have a little improvisation here. Yes. Come on up. Okay. Their director, Lars Davenport, sees everything through the lens of opportunity. It's no wonder that he's built such strong partnerships in his community to the point that where he really hardly needs to recruit businesses anymore, and that's a great problem to have. He was unable to be here today, and so Serena McElway with the yeah, that place. Sorry. Yeah, is accepting the award on his behalf. Yeah. So, yeah. Nice job. Thank you. Okay. All right. Very good. There is one more program that we would like to recognize, and that's Marin County. They have woven the Green Business Program into all the sustainable opportunities available in the county, and there are many. They are also one of the longer-standing green business programs. Mark Chahabria has done an outstanding job this past year in keeping up with the many recertifications from past year's success, while still adding many new business certifications. So I guess Frank Farrell is accepting the award on his behalf? Absolutely. Okay, very good. All right. All right, great. Well, all right. All right, so we're gonna, thank you very much.
We have one more award, but it's not for a green business program. This award is a Lifetime Achievement Award. This person ran the longest standing green business program for decades. She is one of those rare combinations of a highly knowledgeable person who could do and teach the work in her sleep, but yet remains open to new ideas and learning. She has been one of the most, if not the most influential person for the California Green Business Network, and you've already met her. Joe and myself look up to her tremendously, and Joe considers her her mentor. Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for the matriarchy of green business, Pamela Evans.
I'd like to invite Annie Cornell on stage for one more award. Annie's with the San Joaquin Office of Education, and we'd like to award them the Certified Green Business Award. Annie? There she goes. Lyndon? That concludes the conference for this year. Thank you all for coming. But if you'd like to stay, we have a door after conference award. Door prize. We're having a raffle for these lovely gifts up front. Lyndon, if you kindly join me. On the back of all your name tags, there's the raffle ticket, and those tickets.